On a beautiful October afternoon, two top 25 programs square off in one of the weekend's marquee Division III football matchups. First place in the North Coast Conference Athletic Conference is on the line as the number 9 DePauw Tigers host the number 15 John Carroll Blue Streaks on the ISC Sports Network. We welcome you into Blackstock Stadium and Nick Morosis Field on the campus of DePauw University in Greencastle, Indiana, about 50 miles southwest of downtown Indianapolis, alongside Joe Polizzi. Rob Brown with you this afternoon. So pleased you've chosen to join us in what is, again, one of the top matchups in Division III football in all of the land. One of only 3 ranked versus ranked matchups in Division III football this weekend. We had one last night and 2 today. We'll talk about that here in a moment, but we're focused on the one here right in front of us. And not only is it a ranked versus ranked matchup, Joe, we've got first place in the North Coast Athletic Conference on the line as we hit the halfway point in conference play, with DePauw 3-0 in conference play, coming off an idle weekend last week, and John Carroll coming in at 4-0, riding the momentum off of a win last week over Wittenberg on the road, 44-7, as the DePauw captains taking the field. A nice ovation from this home crowd.
Just a beautiful afternoon. You hit the nail on the head. It's a picture day. Beautiful sunshine, warm, nice crowd. 2 huge powerhouses in Division III getting after it. It's going to be so much fun. I'm excited. Afternoon.
Well, this is the first ever meeting between these two programs, as John Carroll making its initial voyage through the NCAC. John Carroll joining this conference after a long stint, 36 years to be exact, in the Ohio Athletic Conference. These two programs had never met even as non-conference foes. So this is the first ever meeting in football between DePauw and John Carroll. And, of course, DePauw trying to extend what would be a record streak of 5 straight conference titles. Tigers are riding a streak of 4 straight. No program has ever won 5 straight conference titles since this North Coast Conference has been in existence since 1984. And John Carroll certainly would go a long way toward ending that streak if the Blue Streaks are able to get a win today. With all that in mind, as the captains are at midfield for the coin toss, Joe, what do you have on your mind for today's keys to the game?
I'm just excited about the fact that something's got to give. We've got DePauw with we will go through them, I'm sure, as the game progresses, but DePauw with just astronomically spectacular defensive stats, and the same thing on the other side offensively for John Carroll. Their quarterback is hitting over 80%. The defense of DePauw has given up under just single digits per game. Something's got to give. It's going to be fun, and can't excited about the fact that powerhouse offense versus stingy defense is going to be the theme of the day.
Well, John Carroll won the toss and elects to receive. Game time temperature 77 degrees, and winds out of the southwest at 12 miles an hour. It's just a beautiful day here in Greencastle. And that quarterback that Joe alluded to is the graduate transfer Nick Simptonfelter. In his second year at John Carroll, began his college career at Bucknell, was a team captain at Bucknell. Simptonfelter threw for over 2,900 yards last year at John Carroll. Comes in today with over 1,500 yards on the season and 18 touchdowns, having thrown for an 82. He's number 14. Thrown for an 82% completion rate, 81.8. That leads all of NCAA football, divisions 1, 2, and 3. That is an unbelievable. And, Joe, you and I were talking prior to air. Simptonfelter in that win last week over Wittenberg was 28 of 30. That's hard to do in practice when there's no defense and you're just throwing against air.
I'm telling you, just playing catch with my son, I could never hit 80+% in the backyard. But it's a spectacular thing, and again, something's got to give. A real test for both sides, nationally ranked matchup, and the first time they face each other, in which is going to be a grueling battle for the league championship year after year after year. You just got to believe. So it's going to be fun. I'm excited about being with you, Rob, and let's just let it fly.
Handles the kickoff chores. Gomez also the punter for DePauw. Gomez has 5 touchbacks this season, 49 on his career. Gomez, the senior out of Indianapolis Cathedral High School. Deep for the Blue Streaks. Quimba. Javi Quimba, number 0. And Clamack, number 31. We're set to go. Glad you're with us on this sunny Saturday afternoon. Gomez hits a sidewinding twister that will take a hop and go out of bounds at the 3-yard line.
Tiger defense takes the field. They've got a strong Indiana flavor. A lot of these young men we've heard from before. Ben Davis represented. Franklin, Indiana represented. We got a couple Cathedral kids in there, so there's some guys we're familiar with, and they just I like the looks of them. They're stalking around like tigers. They're ready to go.
So the penalty kickoff out of bounds will bring the ball out to the 35, and you mentioned, Joe, the defensive numbers for DePauw, ranking first in the Nation Division III in total in yards per game allowed, 139, ranking first in all of college football, Divisions 1, 2, and 3, allowing -7 yards per game rushing. But only 2 returning starters for this defense. So Nick Stimptonfelter, the quarterback, in shotgun to start for John Carroll. And the handoff across the formation, and nowhere to go for the runner across the formation. That's Shane Lindstrom, the wide receiver out of Youngstown, coming across the formation on the handoff and dropped for a loss of 1 on the play.
Well, they packed in that formation, very tight wings on both sides, and you're playing DePauw's style of offense. That's what these guys live for. You saw every run to there was no place to go. You can see just the way they're so tight in their gap responsibilities that they're going to be very stingy on that run.
Dominic Siebel, who leads in tackle, records another one there. 2nd and 11. Simptonfelter looks and has a catch short of the line to gain, but up to get the catch is the reigning North Central Conference Athletic Player of the Week, Offensive Player of the Week, Tyron Montgomery. The graduate transfer out of Woodlands, Texas, up to get it for a gain of 8, 3rd and 3.
I think the idea normally is to get a nice, easy completion to get the ball rolling, but it wasn't quite so easy. They got a nice hit on that quarterback on the 3-step drop play.
3rd and 3. Simptonfelter looking over the middle, and it's almost picked off. In and out of the hands of the linebacker, Owen Roselle. And the Blue Streak go 3 and out.
Welcome to Greencastle. Shut him out, played great defense, just sat in that zone and almost got a pick on a misread by the QB. And he maybe got rattled a little bit. They hit him nicely on that 2nd down play.
John Carroll had scored on 5 of its 6 opening drives this season, but the Blue Streak go 3 and out. Back to punt it away is Owen Schukert. And fair catching for the Tigers was Frank Ricciardi. The punt was short of Ricciardi, and Tigers just back away and let the ball come to a stop at the 23. So DePauw takes over there.
dominating first series. 3 and out, good hits all over the place, and just stifled that run on first down. Almost enough to scare the offensive coordinator, I guess, over there in the white shirts. It'll be a fun game.
Paul, it's sophomore quarterback Scott Ballantyne in his first year. Target is his older brother, number 8, who leads all of NCAA college football in career touchdown catches with 46. On the first down give straight ahead, that's Caden Whitehead, the senior tailback. Whitehead able to pick up 2 before the play's blown dead.
Just a nice simple run to get the field, get these linemen used to coming off the football and getting their fits. And that's usually a nice way to start the game, is just let them hammer against each other. This is a huge game for both teams, and you can just feel the excitement coming off that field.
So pickup of 2. Second down and 8. And Whitehead spinning his way out to the 28, picking up 3 more. That sets up third down and medium.
Short inside run, good way to start the game. It looks like the physicality of the DePauw front line offensively is going to be tough to handle for the John Carroll studs on defense.
Third down and medium. Call it 3rd and 5 at the 28. Ballantyne goes to the air for the first time. Up to get it is Robbie Ballantyne, right at the sticks, but it looks like Robbie Ballantyne, marked a yard short.
Wow, I thought he was over that line.
I'm not sure about that spot.
Yeah. It's a big call here, Coach.
So that will send the punt team out, so both teams go 3 and out.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. We're going to see that replay because that was some kind of a miss.
Boy, that looked like, looking at the replay again,
yeah,
boy, that looked like
well over the line to gain.
Out beyond the chains, but deep in their own territory. And there's a booming punt by Gomez that sends the returner back, and it's broken right up the middle. That's a great return out across the 40. 23-yard return.
Nice job on the return.
Right up the middle by Shane Lindstrom.
The Tigers were there. They had 3 right there, but they didn't really gather their feet in order to make that play and squeeze the football. Hit it quickly and got a beautiful return. Good field position. We'll see what adjustments they made after that first series.
23-yarder. So a nice return. Sets up John Carroll with a good second drive. Starting spot of the 43. Pass in the flat caught by the running back out of the backfield. That's Nemo Jenkins. Pass in the flat, flipped out to the 47, pickup of 4.
Good pressure. They had him on the run, and he made a nice job in getting that out to his safety valve, pick up some yardage, but he's going to be under duress most of the day. They're coming after him, and it seems like we're able to get some pretty good pressure against a nice-looking offensive line.
Gain of 4, second down and 6. Delayed give to Jenkins, gets by the initial wave and able to twist his way out to the 45 into Tiger territory before the tackle's made by Nehemiah Dow. But that's the first down of the game for either team.
I'm wondering how much DePauw actually practiced against that formation. 2 tight ends, 1 back, and had to force you to balance up. They pretty much gained numbers on that left side of the offensive line because of the 2 tight end set.
Looking over the middle and up to get it, knocked away. Montgomery went up to get it, and nice coverage to knock it away. Zach Reese with the pass breakup. to poke it free.
Good tight coverage, nice break on the throw, good route combination. Inside man run the streak and run off this deep safety. The wide out to the far side of the field. Ran a little bit of a dig and tried to get that underneath route hit, but good coverage, jumped it pretty well. Interesting second and long.
Well, Montgomery with 2 games of 12 catches, you would anticipate he would be the primary target for Simptonfelter. Straight ahead run by Jenkins. Owen Roselle on the stop. Roselle already with a big pass breakup on 3rd down on the previous series. That sets up a critical 3rd and 6 at the Tiger 42.
In the inside zone, the cutback was there for him. A nice cut. Defense was a little bit out of position, but rallied back to make that play. 3rd and tough.
Simptonfelter looking left the entire way, has his man coming out of the break. That's Lindstrom on the catch. Lindstrom ran past the sticks, came back to it at the 30 for the first down, second one of the drive.
That's a good route against a zone defense. The corner's going to back out of that, and you're going to have pretty much your out all day if they continue in that type of coverage. Good 3rd down.
Drive continues down to the 31. This drive began at the Blue Streak 43. Now in motion goes Evan Nelson. Simptonfelter stepping up on the move. Pickup of 8, maybe 9 right up the middle. Flush from the pocket with Simptonfelter. Doesn't run often, but showed some mobility there to scramble up the middle for a first down gain of 8.
The pressure was there. The pressure came hard. All 4 defensive front guys from the Tigers got good penetration, but they ran past the quarterback, and he really had no choice but to ramble up and pick up some yardage,
you would say
yards.
Simptonfelter's a reluctant runner, but made the play there.
I will agree to that.
Jenkins skips through the tackle at the line of scrimmage and vaults his way inside the 20 to pick up another first down.
Old school isolation play. Lead the fullback, follow with the tailback. They're getting their feet on the ground up front there, coming off the ball pretty well.
What have you seen, Joe, from the offensive line of John Carroll on this drive?
They're just starting to really come into their own. They're getting a feel for who they're trying to block for this game, and that last surge was the most impressive thus far.
First trip into the red zone for either team. Simptonfelter has 2 receivers to his right looking that way. Now goes back left in the corner, and Montgomery with a leaping catch in the left side of the end zone for the touchdown. And John Carroll is on the board first with 7:04 to go here in quarter 1. That's a 20, make that a 19-yard pitch and catch.
That is certainly more like what they're used to doing. They work that one right down the field, mixing the run and the pass. A very accurate quarterback, not a bullet of an arm, but certainly hits the right spots and knows how to attack a zone defense.
Colin Schuler on for the PAT, and it is up and good. So John Carroll grabs the early lead in this ball game, 7-0 over DePauw. 7:04 to go here in this first quarter of play. We'll take a break and come right back. You're watching DePauw Tigers football on the ISC Sports Network.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Well, officially 18 yards on the pass play from Nick Simptonfelter to Tyron Montgomery. Montgomery's 8th touchdown catch of the year, 25th of his career. PAT knocked through by Colin Schuler. That puts John Carroll on the board first, 7-0. Short kickoff is taken by the upback at the 19. Straight ahead on the return. And that return, Ian Bucher on the return.
That last defensive series, I think, brought some things to the attention of that Tiger defense. They're over here right in front of us making their corrections now. They're going to have to change up some things. They can't show that retreat corner all the time because that QB and wide out are going to take the outs and take the flats all day long. So they're going to have to change up the coverage a little bit and bring some heat now. You get that QB on the run, and you're going to have much more success than what we saw in that last drive.
That touchdown drive by John Carroll, 8 plays, 57 yards. DePauw takes over its own 33. Ballantyne, quick pitch in the flat to the tight end. That's number 87, Palmer Samuels. Actually, that's the wide receiver, Palmer Samuels, who's got good size at 6'3", 230.
No kidding.
He's listed as a wideout, Coach, but he's got tight end size.
He's every bit of a tight end.
Samuel's able to ramble his way up for 13 and a first down.
Good job of reading the defense, taking what's available right there. That crossing route was there. Get him with a lead him with a little bit of a opportunity for some momentum. Get those chains moved.
Ballantyne again has
Wide open.
Brother Robbie wide open on the sideline for another big gainer.
How fun would that be to throw to your brother like you have since you were a toddler?
Played collegiate or high school football they did at Andrean up in the region. That's another big gainer. And down to the 38. First trip into John Carroll territory for DePauw. Ballantyne again pulls the ball down, and a one-handed grab by Frankie Ricciardi. Nice pickup on first down of 7.
Such a well-coached offense. Quarterback really knows his stuff and what he's got going. They're playing they jumped into a cover 3 there, and the weak flat was wide open. He read his progression perfectly, dished it to the wide open man with nice lead on him so that he can run after the catch. Well-executed offensive series thus far.
Well, we're seeing more of the DePauw tempo on the second drive, and there's a thundering hit on second down. Getting into the backfield and laying some punishment was Adam LeCarte, the safety. Safety out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The sophomore came up to lay the boom for a loss of 1 on Caden Whitehead. And now the Tigers looking at a 3rd and 4 on the John Carroll 34.
And the Blue Streak D coordinator said, enough of this soft stuff, we're bringing them, and he brought him on that play with a big hit.
Changed the momentum a little bit. Call it 3rd and 5 at the 33. Tigers in between territory right here. Might be 2 downs. Pocket collapsing. Ballantyne had to unload it as the rush was coming primarily in the person of Ben Day, number 99, who leads John Carroll in sacks. So let's see what the Tigers will do here. And it looks like a long field goal is in the offing. This would be the longest field goal of Matthew Berry's career. Berry's career long is 37. This would be from 51. This would be a 51-yarder. Does have the wind at his back, does Berry. Good snap. Plenty of leg, and it is good. Matthew Berry from 51. Previous career long was 37. Matthew Berry out of the hold of Holt Hildebrand. Wow.
Gets those Tigers on the board. Nice drive. Kind of got stopped at the tail end of that drive with some pressure that they'll make adjustments and correct. But that drive getting some points was huge for the home team Tigers.
So Matthew Berry, the junior out of Jacksonville, Florida, let's take another look. Correction on the hold there. That was Dominic Turner on the hold, beg your pardon. Great job on that hold. So Berry hits a career-long 51-yard field goal, knocking it through to put the Tigers on the board. Prior to today's game, DePauw coming in undefeated. The Tigers had only trailed, Joe, for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And that was when Kenyon scored first in the Week 3 game. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. That was all the Tigers had trailed this season.
Well, I'm glad they got some points on that drive because you can tell they don't like that trailing thing.
Yes, not something they're used to.
And that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
So Gomez is on to kick it away. Climac and Quimba deep, and this one will sail well to the back of the end zone for a touchback. Number 6 of the season for Gomez.
Well, completely different looks from Series 1 to Series 2. That blue streak offense, they at first drive wanted to see if we can test our will and hammer that ball. Second series, they widened it out a bit, had some success run and pass, and hit a couple outs that turned out to be touchdown leading plays.
1st and 10 at the 25. Ball coming out on the touchback. Simptonfelter looks and low to get it. Was that rule to catch? It was. Going down to scoop it up was Lindstrom. Lindstrom's second catch of the game. And that's a pickup of 8 out to the 33.
Once again, they caught a retreat corner. If you're back up every time and they know it, they can hit that underneath stuff versus you all day. And that's why that passing percentage is so high. They know what they're doing.
Simptonfelter empties out the backfield on 2nd and 2, and flag comes in right at the snap.
False start. Offense to the 4. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay 2nd down.
Well, you can tell how windy it is down the field by our crowd mic. That's not Joe and I blowing into the microphones up here in the booth. Want to clarify that.
I thought you were snoring on me.
No, that's not me snoring. I did get a decent night's rest last night. So back up of 5, 2nd down and 7. First penalty of the game on either squad. Two backs to either side for Simptonfelter. And barging straight ahead, covering the football is Quincy Newsom. It's the second back for John Carroll. The carries split about even, though. Nemo Jenkins coming in with 49 carries, Newsom 47, although Jenkins with a kind of 80-yard advantage in yards accumulated. Newsom picked up 2 there, setting up 3rd and 5. DePauw defense looking for its second 3 and out in 3 possessions. Simptonfelter steps up, gets hit. Couple defenders there. We'll see who gets credit for the sack. Certainly Chris Green, number 52, feeling good about it.
Good pressure, brought some heat.
Luke Nolan, number 42, also there.
We had 44 nearby too, Ben Davis product, so there's some pressure on that defense. He had a hook man in the zone open, couldn't deliver it quite quickly enough, and there's that pressure that's going to be so important.
Second 3 and out.
And
a short kick off the side of the foot of the punter. Owen Schukert And between the 3 and out, the sack on 3rd down, and the shank punt, a little energy on the DePauw sideline right now.
Absolutely.
We'll see where the ball is spotted by the side judge, but it'll be a plus field position start spot for the DePauw offense. And you mentioned Ben Davis, the high school on the west side of Indianapolis, Joe. That was Chris Green, number 52, and Nehemiah Dow, number 44, a couple high school teammates from Ben Davis that were 2 of the 3 DePauw defenders that met at the quarterback.
That whole defensive front 7 is predominantly Indianapolis area kids, and they got heated up that 3rd drive.
Ballantyne relaxing in the pocket, and now Ballantyne is dropped as the pocket collapsed. And let's see who will get the sack there. I believe it's number 98.
Hunter Knotts on the sack for the Blue Streaks.
Hunter Knotts, indeed, number 98, the junior out of Canfield, Ohio.
Well, that was strictly a coverage sack. They had it covered. You got to know you can't pat that ball that long with pressure coming. Get rid of the football. You don't want a negative play ever.
Loss of 1 as Ballantyne did step up a little bit. Ballantyne tries to get out and got rid of the football. And we'll see. Nope, no grounding. So Ballantyne unloaded it. There was a receiver in the area. That was Samuels, number 87. So Ballantyne avoids a big loss there. But as it stands, it's 3rd down and 11. And what have you seen, Joe, from the front 3, really? It's a primarily a 3 or 4 man rush from John Carroll that's been able to collapse the pocket.
I think they're getting some good pressure, but I also think the timing of the routes, they're trying to throw a deeper route with not a, he's taking like a 3-step drop, and they're throwing 5-step drop routes, which is just not timing up for them.
Ballantyne looks out of the break, and the ball is broken up. Great recovery. Dylan Crassy able to get in front of that ball and break it up on the pass intended for Robbie Ballantyne.
Good call. They went to that out the last series and hit on it twice. Went back to the well for the out against the cover 3 corner and just hung in the air a little bit too long.
So the John Carroll defense responds to DePauw's 3 and out on defensive stop with a 3 and out of its own. Ben Gomez will come on and try and pin the Blue Streak deep inside its own 20. And a timeout is called by John Carroll.
Timeout. John Carroll, their first of the half.
We'll keep it here with 1:36 to go in the first quarter. We mentioned that this is one of 3 games in the entire country in Division III that match 2 ranked teams against each other. There was one played last night. The other 2 games that have a ranked team against another ranked team in the top 25 both take place in the WIAC, the Wisconsin Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. The game that was played last night was number 20 UW Stout on the road at number 9 UW Whitewater, and Whitewater won that game 34-2. And a game taking place, kicking here in about an hour and a half, 2 o'clock Central Time. Number 4 UW La Crosse is on the road at number 13 UW Platteville. So timeout call. Gomez is back on to punt it away. Trying to angle for the corner. Looking for that left corner. And Gomez gets a hop and a little too much on it. And that will come out to the 20.
Well, that last offensive series, I'm sure, was disappointed. They had a couple of sacks, and just the timing of the routes really weren't in sync with what the quarterback was trying to do. I'm anxious to see how they make that adjustment, maybe get back to the run game the way they started this game. They get some movement on that defensive front, and that tailback hit up in there.
Well, certainly with the field position, Joe, that you had starting that drive on the plus 40, you're coming out thinking you're going to get points.
Yes.
And
exactly.
to come away with nothing, that is you got to be a little disappointed.
You can't sit there and pat that ball you got to pull the trigger quickly because they're playing a good solid zone and they're very, very good at it.
89 seconds to go in the first quarter. John Carroll leading 7-3. Simpton-Felter sends Montgomery in motion. Plenty of time left on the play clock. Simpton-Felter looking in the flat. They set up the screen for Montgomery, and Montgomery makes the first man miss before Dominic Siebel comes downhill really from his spot on the far side on the defensive end to make the tackle on the far sideline. That's a defensive end that can go sideline to sideline out of Cathedral.
Very, very impressive. They did a good job on the perimeter blocking out there, holding up the secondary just long enough for a flashy defensive tackle from Cathedral to make that play.
Pick up a 4 on first down. Simpton-Felter looks right and has Montgomery again. Montgomery will step out of bounds, take the first down, look for some additional yardage initially after the catch, saw there was none, and just took the first down and opted to stop the clock initially while the chains reset.
Come with a little pressure, the Tigers did. Brought the short corner from the weak side, almost got there, but what that did is give them a soft corner at the top of the formation, and that's this guy's going to hit that out all day long if you continue to give him that kind of a soft cushion.
And that likely will be the final play of the first quarter. Already Montgomery with 5 catches in the ball game, comes in 11th in the country, averaging 8.5 catches per game. We're through one quarter of play here in Greencastle, and 14th ranked John Carroll leads 9th ranked DePauw by the score of 7-3. Stay tuned. Second quarter action from Greencastle is next on the ISC Sports Network.
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Before I was on campus, I was very nervous. Am I gonna make friends? Are my teachers gonna be nice? But now that I'm here, all my fears have washed away, and I'm more excited to learn than I have been in a while.
And that's one of the things I think that DePauw does incredibly well. It provides an opportunity for individuals to find their place in the world, and that's something that the university provides everyone who comes here.
It's never the last time you're at DePauw. You'll always be back, and I know that I'm coming back for these people and these places and these memories that I have.
Well, Rob Brown, Joe Polizzi back with you here at DePauw University. John Carroll leading DePauw by the score of 7-3. John Carroll with the football and a fresh set of downs. Simpton-Felter fakes the handoff, looking down the sideline and overthrows his intended receiver, Nemo Jenkins. Well, through one quarter of play, Joe, your impressions of what we saw in that first 15 minutes?
I think that we were getting good quarterback play on both sides of the ball. A little bit change I would recommend for the Tigers to change up their looks on that wide side corner to give the quarterback something to think about, the Blue Street quarterback something to think about. The one time they jumped into a press look on that wide side of the field, you could tell that he had some trouble coming off that number 1 route and going to the crosser across the middle. Change up the coverage, keep coming with the front pressure, and stay in those rush lanes.
Second down and 10. Simpton-Felter slings it. It's broken up, almost caught on a ricochet by Shane Lindstrom. Owen Roselle poked a hand in and got a pass deflection. Pass was intended for the tight end Nolan Tanner initially, and Roselle had his second pass deflection and a heads up by Shane Lindstrom, almost got a catch. Instead, ball hits the turf, and we've got third down and 10.
That's the first time they've really tried to throw over the middle, and those are two well-coached inside linebackers. Got to their drops, broke on the football, almost got themselves a pick. But they like to throw the outs and are having a little bit of trouble trying to get that ball down the middle of the field, which is going to have to happen.
John Carroll 1 for 3 on third down. Simpton-Felter steps up, feels the pressure, has a man wide open downfield. That's Lindstrom. First big explosive play of the game for either team, and it's a huge gainer for Lindstrom into Tiger territory inside the 40.
Once again, it's that soft corner to the wide side of the field. He made a little bit move to the post, which got the corner to turn around in circles and then hit the out, and that's just the way they like to play the game. That's high percentage football, thus the 80% completion percentage we're seeing here from John Carroll, QB.
That's a gain of 34. First explosive of the game for either team. Give straight ahead. That's Newsom. Not a lot there as Newsom is wrestled to the ground after a pickup of about 3.
Trying to test that middle of a tough defense. Tough run defense has been spectacular all year long and are pretty much playing according to plan right now. That was a little draw play, which got it a little softened up front, but coming off the ball has been a different story.
Simpton-Felter sends a second man in motion who stays in the backfield. That's a direct snap. Emptied out the backfield. And that was Keller Moten, the backup quarterback, the freshman out of Stowe, Ohio.
Big third down here. Let's change up the looks on the corner and not make it easy.
That was a little gadget play there with the backup quarterback that the Tigers were ready for. Now it's 3rd down and 7. Simpton-Felter back in there. Stands in, throws, has Montgomery on the run. Montgomery's inside the red zone and has a first down to the 15.
They read that very well. Hit the crosser across the field. Wide open as the linebackers took a deeper drop, came underneath. Good 3rd down conversion call. Good execution. These guys are well schooled in the passing game.
Second trip into the red zone for John Carroll. Blue Streak are 1 for 1 thus far. First and 10 at the 17. Simpton-Felter looking over the middle. Montgomery in double coverage. Has it in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Second touchdown of the game for Montgomery. This one from 17 yards. And John Carroll has expanded its lead to 13-3.
Now that was a one-man route, a one-man post, and it was covered on the top and underneath, and he just hit it in there perfectly with a great catch extension and 1 foot down and got on the board.
Second touchdown catch of the game for Tyron Montgomery.
And old Nick is getting loosened up. That was a beautiful throw.
PAT knocked through by Colin Schuler. And with 11:51 to go here in the first half, John Carroll leads DePauw by the score of 14-3. We'll step out for 30 seconds and come right back. You're watching DePauw Tigers football on the ISC Sports Network.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Now, Tyron Montgomery, the graduate transfer from Nicholls State by way of Woodland, Texas, has his second touchdown of the game, staking John Carroll to a double-figure lead. 14-3 our score with 11:56 to go in the first half. Number 15, John Carroll, leading number 9, DePauw. And this kickoff will sail into the end zone for the touchback.
Yeah, we're going to have to come up with a defensive plan for Montgomery. He is a special wide receiver, and you can't let him run free. He ran the post, and it was covered in front and behind, just like you'd like, but the ball was laid in there perfectly. He went up and got it and towed that end zone.
Well, already 6 catches for 69 yards and 2 scores for Tyron Montgomery, who was the reigning NCAC Offensive Player of the Week. So the Tigers go back to work, trailing 14-3. This is the first double-figure deficit of the season for the undefeated 5-0 Tigers. Scott Ballantyne leads the Tigers out, 1st and 10 at the 25. Run up the middle, not a lot there, maybe a yard for Caden Whitehead.
Yeah, the Tigers are going to have to open things up. This is a pretty stout defensive front, and they're getting better each series versus the run. This is a very important drive to get something happening, get some momentum swung back their way.
Well, kind of cleaning up some first quarter stats that were handed to us during the break. DePauw comes into today converting at 61% on 3rd down, 39 out of 64 through 5 games. That's first in the nation in among Division III programs in 3rd down conversions. Tigers 0 for 3 through their first 3 possessions on 3rd down. And there's a big run as Whitehead is loose down the sideline into John Carroll territory before he's knocked out of bounds inside the 40. That's the first explosive play of the day for the Tigers, and that might be the antidote to get the Tiger offense going.
And that is just exactly what they needed. It did a nice job of, I would say, more like displacing that line of scrimmage, creating some levels. Nice cut by the young man from Park Tudor. Hit the wheels and turned it on big. Now, this is a big momentum swing. Let's make sure we can take advantage of this.
That's a gain of 39, longest run of the season for the senior, who's edging closer to the top 10 in career rushing yards. That gets him over 1,900 for his career. Ballantyne faked the handoff. That looked like a busted play. Ballantyne tried to make something out of nothing and is dragged down right about the line of scrimmage by Tommy Wazinski.
Yeah, I'm not sure he wanted to keep that ball, but really there was not a whole lot of choice. Things were plugged up pretty tight up front. That's a stout, although they are outmatched size-wise, that's a stout defensive front that John Carroll brought to the field today.
Well, Tommy Wazinski kind of in that fire plug nose tackle mode, 5'10", 275. Here's a give, first give of the game for Seth Minzer, who breaks a tackle and gets into the secondary for a first down pickup. The senior out of Indianapolis Cathedral High School moves the chains down to the 22.
I think this is more like the way they want to play football. They got to be happy with this drive. They're getting some movement. Seth hit that pretty quickly, and he's got nice vision. Made a couple good cuts. Got them into scoring position here.
DePauw knocking on the red zone for the first time today, trailing by 11, 14-3. Inside 9 minutes to go, first half. Blue Streak crowd the line, and Ballantyne is whacked for the second sack of the game for the Blue Streak, and coming quickly to collapse the pocket with the sack is Kenny Grobasek with the tackle. Grobasek's first sack of the game.
Yeah, once you get too close to home on these guys here, the defense tightens up. They've jumped into man coverage, brought some heat, and that's their style of play in the red zone, not unlike most teams. They got to put the pressure on you. Got home on that one.
That was a loss of 5, second down and 15. Ballantyne passing the flat to Minzer. Minzer's able to get back close in the vicinity. Nope, it's a couple yards short. I thought he initially got the sack yardage back, but a couple yards short. That's going to set up third down and long.
It's probably the first time we've seen real speed and quickness out of that. Seth got that ball, and he was 5 yards in the open, and that whole thing closed on him very quickly. Good job of breaking on the football.
Flag flies in before the snap, and if that's on the Tigers, that will make third down and long even longer. False start. That's on the center, Zach Kerr. So third down and 12 becomes third down and 17.
Well, we are within field goal range. We know that much.
Yes, after
what we saw in
Matthew
the first
Berry
quarter.
hit a career-long 51-yarder. Tigers would prefer 6 or 7. Ballantyne over the middle has his man wide open.
Big fella.
And Samuels will walk it in. Parker Samuels, his second touchdown of the season from 29 yards out.
The right call at the right time. Jumped into a little cover two, brought the tight end right up the seam. Perfect remedy for a defense that they haven't seen a whole lot of, but it's just what the doctor ordered. They heard us talking about field goal and said we want none of that.
And on 3rd and 17, the Tigers find the end zone. On for the PAT is the aforementioned Matthew Berry. Dominic Turner, the holder. Kick on the way, and it is good.
Very nice.
Caden Minogue, the long snapper. The Tigers knock it through. 14-10 the score, 7:13 to go first half. We'll step out for 30 and come right back. You're watching DePauw Tigers football on the ISC Sports Network.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Rob Brown, Joe Polizzi back with you as the DePauw Tigers go 7 plays, 75 yards, and find the end zone for the first time today. Scott Ballantyne connecting with the junior from Muncie, Parker Samuels, 29 yards on 3rd and 17. PAT knocked through by Matthew Berry, and we've got a 4-point game.
Well, you
14-10.
talked about how proficient they had been on third down. And that was a big one to hit, and maybe that'll set the tone here for some more success on third. But a 3rd and 17, beautiful conversion, changes this game.
And that is the second kickoff to go out of bounds today for Gomez. That has not been his usual MO, but second one to go out of bounds, so that'll come out to the 35. Yeah, you look at the stats, Joe, coming in and prepping for this game today, and you see DePauw leading the nation in third down conversions at 61. They start 0 for 3. You would not expect the first one that they convert to be 3rd and 17 and go for a touchdown.
Not at all.
But you take it. Certainly
Not
if you're
at
Brett
all.
Dietz, the head coach, get your team back. But that 34-yard run by Caden Whitehead seemed to get the momentum and the energy back on the DePauw sideline.
Absolutely. That was a spark that they needed, and it was just a perfect call to send the tight end up the seam on that third down play. Taking advantage of your advantages.
We'll see what John Carroll's answer is. Looking for Livingstone. Lindstrom down the field, and a diving catch by Lindstrom. The second explosive play catch for Lindstrom in this first half. Whoa, what a catch.
Absolutely. A big play, changing the momentum in a hurry. Post was pretty well covered. The ball was laid out there. I didn't think he was going to be able to get to it. Diving grab and a highlight play gets him right back in business.
That's a gain of 41.
Boy, those big plays.
For the junior out of Youngstown, down to the 26. Both explosive plays have come from long catches from Shane Lindstrom. Jenkins thrown down in the backfield for a loss. Getting there to meet Jenkins on the handoff was Luke Nolan. the senior out of Zionsville.
He came from the backside. Nobody was paying attention to him, and he caught it from behind. Those are the big plays that you have to answer with after those offensive big hits. Nice job there, Nolan.
So Luke Nolan with his 4 tackle for loss led the team in that category last year with 17. That was amongst the nation's leaders. He was in the top 15 in the nation last year, was Nolan in that category. Loss of 4 on that play. 2nd and 14. Simptonfelter waits for Lindstrom to clear the motion. And the motion took too long as the play clock runs out. I think Jeff Behrman was trying to get a timeout but could not get an official's attention. So you stack up, Joe, that tackle for loss with the procedure or the delay penalty, and now that's a 9-yard backup when you stack those 2 back-to-back.
Yeah, that's a good scenario for the defense. And the fact that Nolan could chase that play so hard from behind and make that tackle for loss has a lot to do with the fact that Nick is not going to be a running quarterback. He doesn't really have to worry about the boot play. He can chase and make a play.
Simptonfelter stands in, throws over the middle, has his big target. That's Nolan Tanner, the tight end, recovering the penalty and the tackle for lost yardage and then some down to the 17. So that turns 2nd and 19 to 3rd and 1. My goodness, that's a big time pickup and a huge 3rd and 1 here with 4:45 to go in the half and the ball at the DePauw 17. Simptonfelter under center for the first time today. Now the pocket collapses. Simptonfelter's got an avenue to the end zone and runs it in. Oh, my. Nick Simptonfelter scrambling for the end zone for his first rushing touchdown of the season. That's a 17-yard scramble on 3rd and 1 for the graduate student quarterback, Nick Simptonfelter. My goodness.
That hole opened just like the Red Sea, and that's as quick as he's been all day. Tried a couple crossing routes here to loosen up that defense. After the tight end delay, the linebackers got great drops, a little too great of a drop, and quarterback lumbered in.
PAT is good from Colin Schuler, so John Carroll answers with a touchdown, responding to DePauw's touchdown drive. And it's back to an 11-point John Carroll lead, 21-10, with 4:24 to go. And take another look at that scramble run by Nick Simptonfelter.
Yeah, 3 plays on that drive. The deep ball post, the quarterback scramble, and that tight end delay caught him off stride of some fundamental defense. Kind of just a little bit enough out of position, but that's a well-schooled quarterback who's able to see such things and take advantage of it. Nice drive. That's a way to answer, and we got us a ball game on our hands.
That was a 4-play, 65-yard drive that took just 2 minutes and 49 seconds. It's back to an 11-point lead. Here's a sidewinding kick that will go out on the fly out of the back of the end zone. So the touchback comes out to the 25 for DePauw. Plenty of time. 4:24 to go. The Tigers have all 3 of their timeouts available. Well, you certainly, Joe, would love to see the Tigers continue the momentum we saw from them on the last possession.
Yeah, you so often hear these days the concept of complementary football, and that is something that we have not seen offense, defense, kicking in sync here yet for this Tiger team. Getting really challenged. Top 25 game, and both these teams are very capable at any time to get on the board.
Whitehead stopped after a gain of a couple.
It's a big drive here now. They've got to get some momentum back. Good football teams, you can't stay down very long. You got to come back and respond back quickly. This is a series where they need their best stuff here to get their feet back on the ground.
Grobelsek made that stop on first down. Ballantyne looking, and the pass broken up. And it looked like Tommy Wazinski got a hand on it. Number 92, the nose tackle. Got the knockdown there. 3rd and 8.
Well scouted route patterns. Did a nice job. They're playing a bracket coverage 2-on-1 with the outside people, and there was nothing there. And when he has to pat that ball, that's big trouble for the Tiger offense.
So 3rd down and 8. Tigers certainly want to extend this drive. Don't want to give the ball back to John Carroll. And we've got a timeout call. Yes, John Carroll calls time.
Charge team timeout. John Carroll.
We'll keep it here.
We're second to the half.
With 3:44 left in the first half. 3:44 to go. 21-10 the score. 3:44 left in half number one. What we should mention that we talked about the 2 other ranked versus ranked matchups. What we did not mention is this is only the 3rd time that DePauw in program history has been involved in a ranked versus ranked matchup. The first time was back in 2017 when the Tigers played number 13th ranked Wittenberg here on this field and lost 52-6. And then last year in the quarterfinal round of the NCAA playoffs, when number 19 Johns Hopkins beat DePauw, when DePauw was ranked number 9, and Johns Hopkins won that game by the score of 14-9. 3rd down, Ballantyne flushed in the pocket and throws it away as 2 frontliners from John Carroll flushed Ballantyne from the pocket and knocked him to the deck as he released that. Both Wazinski and Ben Day, Tommy Wazinski and Ben Day, knocked Ballantyne to the deck. So for the 3rd time today, DePauw goes 3 and out. Gomez back to punt it away.
Yeah, that 3rd and long is just such 3rd down in itself is very, very difficult, but 3rd and extra long, as what we have seen, is extremely difficult. I'm not sure what they had going there. It looked like a screen was set up and ended up throwing it down the field. They need to get in the sink.
Gomez hits a low twister, picked up, and a great return down the sideline, and a tackle by Gomez to stop a touchdown. Oh my, what a return by Chris Golson as Gomez.
Officials timeout for an injury.
Prevented what would have been a touchdown. And we've got an injured Tiger back behind the play, being tended to. And we'll go ahead and take a break while the DePauw athletic training staff tends to the injured player. We'll step out. 3:24 to go first half. John Carroll leads DePauw 21-10. We'll step out for this quick break and come back on the IFC Sports Network.
DePauw! Never quit! DePauw! Never quit! DePauw! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Before I was on campus, I was very nervous. I gotta make friends, and my teacher's gonna be nice. But now that I'm here, all my fears have washed away, and I'm more excited to learn than I have been in a while.
And that's one of the things I think that DePauw does incredibly well. It provides an opportunity for individuals to find their place in the world, and that's something that the university provides everyone who comes here.
It's never the last time you're at DePauw. You'll always be back, and I know that I'm coming back for these people and these places and these memories that I have. I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Never quit! Never quit! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Our students have a gold standard academic experience driven by faculty who know and care about each one of them.
We're fostering new ways of seeing and thinking, equipping students with a creative method that can be applied liberally to challenges in society, science, business, technology, and beyond.
The fact that a student might do a co-curricular program like Management Fellows whilst pursuing a major in the creative school whilst doing a minor in liberal arts is something you just wouldn't find at another institution.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Never quit! Never quit! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Well, we're back here at Blackstock Stadium on the campus of DePauw University. We have a DePauw player who we've yet to be able to identify, who was injured on punt coverage, and the player is still being tended to. And while they have brought an ambulance out onto the field, we are going to take another break and be back with you here in a few moments here on the ISC Sports Network.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts.
Our students have a gold standard academic experience driven by faculty who know and care about each one of them.
We're fostering new ways of seeing and thinking, equipping students with a creative method that can be applied liberally to challenges in society, science, business, technology, and beyond.
The fact that a student might do a co-curricular program like Management Fellows whilst pursuing a major in the creative school whilst doing a minor in liberal arts is something you just wouldn't find at another institution.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Never quit! Never quit! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Before I was on campus, I was very nervous. I gotta make friends, and my teacher's gonna be nice. But now that I'm here, all my fears have washed away, and I'm more excited to learn than I have been in a while.
And that's one of the things I think that DePauw does incredibly well. It provides an opportunity for individuals to find their place in the world, and that's something that the university provides everyone who comes here.
It's never the last time you're at DePauw. You'll always be back, and I know that I'm coming back for these people and these places and these memories that I have.
Rob Brown and Joe Polizzi back with you at Nick Moroza's Field and Blackstock Stadium on the campus of DePauw University. We are currently in a delay as with 3:24 to go here in the first half as DePauw punted the ball back to John Carroll. There was a DePauw player injured during the punt coverage. We've been unable to identify the DePauw player as of the moment, but over the last 10 minutes or so, the DePauw player who was injured on the play has been receiving medical attention from the DePauw athletic training staff as well as from the local EMS and the John Carroll athletic training staff. And as you see, both teams are kneeling. And as you saw when we came out of break, the local EMS team has brought an ambulance onto the field to prepare to transport the injured player to a local facility. And we just got word that the player injured on the play was for DePauw was Ethan Beaupre, was the player injured on the play out of Fort Wayne, and Carroll High School, the senior, was the player injured on the play. So with that, we are going to take another break and be back with you here in Greencastle here in a moment with 3:24 to go here in the first half, and John Carroll leading 21-10 here on the ISC Sports Network.
Rivalry.
Let's go, Tigers!
It's what drives us,
pushes us,
makes us strive for greatness. At DePauw University, we embrace challenges both on and off the field.
We excel in academics,
athletics,
and beyond.
We rise to every challenge together.
On the field,
in the classroom,
and in our community.
The Monon Bell game is more than a rivalry.
It's a celebration of hard work,
dedication,
and the relentless pursuit of victory.
It's about tradition.
It's about family.
It's about being part of something bigger.
At DePauw, rivalry fuels our ambition.
Get up, Tigers, let's go!
Because we know every challenge makes us stronger.
Every play, every moment, every cheer echoes commitment to being our best.
Victory is earned.
Respect is given. We play for both. Our rivalry with Wabash isn't just about the game. It's about preparing for success in all areas of life.
Over 100 years of other men that have played.
It's not just about the game. It comes down to tradition and brotherhood.
Being able to build your own legacy with your class.
We always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
Catch made! Touchdown! Ball game! DePauw will win! Let's go, Tigers!
driven by rivalry,
defined by excellence.
DePauw University.
Rob Brown and Joe Polizzi back with you at Black Sox Stadium and Nick Morosis Field on the campus of DePauw University, as we are currently in a delay. And as you see on your screen, Ethan Beaupre, a senior for the Tigers out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, was injured on a punt coverage play, and Beaupre being assisted into an ambulance by local EMS personnel. After what was about 15-minute of him being tended to by both local EMS personnel and the DePauw athletic training staff, with some help from the John Carroll athletic training staff. And Beaupre secured on the board and put into the ambulance and will be taken to, we presume, the local hospital down the road. But don't know that for certain. But they're going to open the gate here down at the north end, or the south end, I should say, of the facility. And Joe, this place was silent for about 10 to 12 minutes.
It sure is, and it's going to be difficult to get people revved up again to play the game. Those low line drive punts with so much field to account for, it's just a recipe for injury. That's one of the parts of the kicking game that is so scary. I hope he's okay. He appeared to be okay. It was just staggering to see his mom and dad down there on the field, and how devastating that might be. It looks like we're going to warm teams up again and maybe take some more time here to stretch out and get people back ready to play again.
Well, it appears as though we are going to have a little bit of a warm-up period to get the teams back and loose before this game resumes. There is 3:24 left in the half. When we resume play, we'll have a 3-minute warm-up period before we resume play. On the punt, there was a 39-yard return on the play by Shane Lindstrom. So John Carroll will have excellent field position at the DePauw 27, but there'll be a 3-minute warm-up period before we resume play. So we'll go ahead and take a break, and on the other side of that break, we'll get you set for the final 3:24 of the first half here from DePauw. Back in a moment. You're watching DePauw Tigers football on the ISC Sports Network.
Our students have a gold standard academic experience driven by faculty who know and care about each one of them.
We're fostering new ways of seeing and thinking, equipping students with a creative method that can be applied liberally to challenges in society, science, business, technology, and beyond.
The fact that a student might do a co-curricular program like Management Fellows whilst pursuing a major in the creative school whilst doing a minor in liberal arts is something you just wouldn't find at another institution.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
DePauw! Never quit! DePauw! Never quit! DePauw! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
So we resume play coming out of the delay, and right out of it, the Blue Streak hand the football off. First time the carry goes to Cohen Klamack, and the Tigers say that they've forced a fumble, but the officials rule Klamack down. Klamack, a freshman out of Streetsboro, Ohio. Tigers are saying that a turnover was forced, but
they may be a little one-sided in their thinking.
Ruling on the field as the runner was down prior to the ball coming loose. Second down.
I'm not sure they're partial. They're impartial, Coach. But
yeah, too bad they didn't get to make the call.
Gain of 3 on the play for the freshman tailback out of Streetsboro, Ohio. So 2-back set. Pitch to Klamack. Trying to find the edge, and a good move by the freshman to get the first down before Siebel comes down the line of scrimmage to make a tackle, but not before the Blue Streak pick up a first down and move into the red zone for the third time.
I'm going to say they're doing an excellent job, and they're calling their run offense. Some misdirection has really given DePauw Tigers some trouble. This is a defense that was giving up minus 7 yards per game, and all of a sudden they're getting run on. They're not used to it, but what it comes down to is that John Carroll is just taking advantage of what that defense is giving them. If there's a soft corner, they're taking advantage. If they've got you outflanked, they're going to get outside of you. They're just doing a good job of executing and a little more spirit.
It's a 2-minute timeout.
So this is the 2-minute timeout. We've more than used our break, so we'll keep it here with 2 minutes to go in the first half, and John Carroll leading 21-10 over DePauw. This is the third trip into the red zone for the Blue Streak, and John Carroll thus far 2 out of 2 so far today. Blue Streak are 78% on the season scoring touchdowns in the red zone, 25 out of 32.
Yeah, this is an effective offense that's maybe been tested a little bit more than the DePauw defense. They're not used to what's taking place. That potential turnover we just saw would have been magical for them to get some spunk, get some spirit into them, but they're going to need to bear down here and make a play and get a stop and hold them to 3 to keep this game in reach.
Well, DePauw has only given up 28 points all year coming into today. John Carroll's trying to match that total here in the first half. Simptonfelter has all sorts of time. Siebel forces the incomplete pass. Referee was looking for a flag to throw for a hold and couldn't find his flag.
He threw it. Was it holding or is it intentional grounding?
He was looking for the flag, I think, to throw for a hold and couldn't find his flag, and he was looking around as if he was trying to figure out who stole it, as in his flag. There you see on the replay the hold. Siebel was yelling for the flag as Siebel turned the corner, and the hold indeed called.
Now that's a tactic I never thought of. If you take their flag and they can't throw it.
That never occurred to you when you were coaching?
No, that's a good tactic because they just forget about the penalty, right?
That's the third penalty on John Carroll. Tigers have been whistled for 1 accepted penalty, so the hold backs 10 yards, backs up the Blue Streak out of the red zone momentarily. Back to the 26 of DePauw, 1:52 to go first half. Tigers will get the ball to start the second half. Simptonfelter in the flat to Montgomery, who gets a great block and then a greater move before a nice in-space tackle limits the damage. One-on-one tackle by Zach Reese, the leading tackler coming in for the Tigers. Stops Montgomery inside the 20.
Well, he's certainly been a one-man show out there, and he is a cut above a little bit athletically. That little spin move got everybody all twisted and turned around. But that's been the spark of that offense, and they have just done a nice job of steady, consistent, taking advantage of what the defense has given in dominating the momentum thus far in the first half.
7th catch for Montgomery. He is an electric player, Montgomery. 2nd down and 11. Simptonfelter looking left, rolls right. Calls for a block. Simptonfelter keeps it and is tossed out of bounds with a little bit of violence.
Yes, sir. We don't want to see that guy running around untouched.
Owen Rosell coming over from his linebacker spot. Rosell's made a couple of plays in this first half. Has a couple pass breakups from his inside linebacker spot. A big 3rd and 11 here, trying to keep the Blue Streaks out of the end zone. John Carroll has scored 2 touchdown passes from this identical spot. Simptonfelter looking for Montgomery in the end zone is picked off. Picked off at the goal line. Just the 2nd time Simptonfelter has been picked off this year, and stepping in to do the trick was Nathan Creed. Nathan Creed stepped in for his first interception of the season, the senior from Walkerton, Indiana. Picks off Simptonfelter, and a red zone turnover for DePauw is a huge stop for this defense.
Just exactly what they needed. A turnover was the perfect remedy for what was taking place. Some good pressure. QB kind of sat there and patted the ball, gave the coverage plenty of time to get nice deep drops. 3-on-1 deep down there in the coverage, and jumped up and snatched a huge interception, keeping them completely off the board in this drive.
Let me correct myself. That's the first interception thrown by Simptonfelter this year, and Simptonfelter was the only quarterback in the NCAC who had not thrown an interception. So Nathan Creed with the pick for DePauw. Tigers get a huge stop, 47 seconds to go. Tigers have 3 timeouts in the pocket. We'll see how aggressive DePauw chooses to be here.
Yeah, that absolutely came at the perfect time.
Ballantyne drops, throws over the middle. Samuel's trying to get to the sideline and can't. And an injured an injured Blue Streak is down.
Looks like shoulder.
That's Chris Golson, the graduate linebacker. It stops the clock.
Nice
with
possession.
37 seconds.
Nice possession route rung up by the DePauw staff, sending everybody deep, dragging that tight end late down the field. He's a big, powerful target once he gets his hands on the ball. Wasn't able to plant his foot and get up the field, but that's a nice route for a number of reasons. You got the connection in plus yardage, and you've got the underneath coverage now staying home a little bit because that tight end crosser is going to be an effective play. Ouch. These injuries, this shoulder looks ugly.
So Chris Golson helped off. Now 2nd down and 7. Ballantyne can't get out of the initial hold and tackled for a loss of a gain of a couple, and an immediate timeout called by Brett Dietz. First timeout used by DePauw. That sets up 3rd down and let's call it 6. Well, they want to put 39 seconds on the game clock, and I think there was more time than that, less time than that when the play started. Okay, now 29 seconds. That makes a little more sense. I think our referee was going back in time there for a second. There was 37 seconds when the play started. I don't think you can go to 39 after the play's over, can you?
Well, they've talked about the home field advantage here for years.
When you add time after the play's over, I don't know that you can do that.
Hey, he's of the class of 83 here and wants to do what he can to help out.
So 3rd down and 7 for the Tigers. DePauw will get the ball to start the second half as John Carroll won the toss and elected to take the ball first. Valentine drops, stands in, throws, looking for Lukowski over the middle, and a flag flies in. Leighton Lukowski, the intended receiver. Now the back judge and the field judge will huddle up on that call. If that's in favor of the Tigers, that'll bring DePauw closer to midfield.
Pass interference. Defense, number 1. The ball will be placed. Spot of the foul. 1st down.
The spot foul brings it out to the 35 and gives the Tigers a fresh set of downs. DePauw has, you get a look at it right there, maybe around the waist, Joe?
Just a little bit of an early start there on the wideout. I thought the grab of the inside receiver was going to be the call.
That's what I thought they were throwing the flag on initially. Maybe defensive holding on that play. 1st and 10. Valentine, a little bit of a deeper drop, steps up, pumps, now backs up, and throws it away. Whitehead was in the vicinity.
There is no foul for intentional grounding. Number 11 was in the area. 2nd down.
Ivory Travers, the junior linebacker, number 0, was about to get a sack, thought he had Valentine encircled. Instead, it's 2nd and 10.
And I'm not going to say that it's horrible protection. They're doing a decent job. It's just these are long plays to be able to execute. Here's the out.
Lukowski, the intended man, and a nice breakup. Second pass breakup by Dylan Crassy. Second time we've seen Crassy get the top hand in to knock it away.
Yeah, they knew this out was coming because they play this defense that's just inviting offenses to throw that out on them. But what I meant to say earlier, that was just a low, slow developing play that enabled this cover 4 that they're playing to smother those routes, and nothing to do with the quarterback.
There's 12 and a half seconds to go. Tigers trying to get in field goal range, and there's a comeback catch by Frank Ricciardi out to the 48 of DePauw, and Brett Dietz uses a timeout, his second.
Charge
First down.
team timeout. DePauw, their 2nd of the half.
Well, we saw Matthew Berry kick a 51-yard field goal. That was a career long. That was back in the first quarter, the first score of the game for DePauw. On the second possession of the day for the Tigers. So if you go off of that premise, the line to get to would be the 34. And the ball right now is on the DePauw 47. So my quick Southport math tells me, Joe, that you've got about 19 yards to get to the 34. You got to pick up 19. Ball's at the 48, excuse me. The ball's at the 48. So you got to pick up 18 yards to get to the 34, but you've only got 7 seconds. So you've got to, the routes that the Tigers have run here in this first half have got to be quicker.
Absolutely.
If you're going to pick up 18 yards in 7 seconds and leave your kicker any time. Now, the good news is the Tigers have a timeout.
Well, this is a defense that is very good at playing this soft zone. They're not going to let anything get underneath them for a run after the catch. And it's very tough to throw a 17-yard out.
Valentine.
Yep.
Dropped for a loss. That's the 3rd sack of the half for the John Carroll defense, and that's how the half will end.
Halftime.
Bryce Creek with the sack. Bryce Creek with the sack as the John Carroll defense makes a statement to close out half number 1. John Carroll, 15th in the country in Division III, leads 9th-ranked DePauw 21-10 here at the break. We'll step out, come right back. Halftime activities are next. You're watching DePauw Tigers football on the ISC Sports Network.
Rivalry.
Let's go, Tigers!
It's what drives us,
pushes us,
makes us strive for greatness. At DePauw University, we embrace challenges both on and off the field.
We excel in academics,
athletics,
and beyond.
We rise to every challenge together.
On the field,
in the classroom,
and in our community.
The Monon Bell game is more than a rivalry.
It's a celebration of hard work,
dedication,
and the relentless pursuit of victory.
It's about tradition.
It's about family.
It's about being part of something bigger.
At DePauw, rivalry fuels our ambition.
Get up, Tigers, let's go!
Because we know every challenge makes us stronger.
Every play, every moment, every cheer echoes commitment to being our best.
Victory is earned.
Respect is given. We play for both. Our rivalry with Wabash isn't just about the game. It's about preparing for success in all areas of life.
Over 100 years of other men that have played.
It's not just about the game. It comes down to tradition and brotherhood.
Being able to build your own legacy with your class.
We always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
Catch made! Touchdown! Ball game! DePauw will win! Let's go, Tigers!
Driven by rivalry,
Defined by excellence.
DePauw University.
Our students have a gold standard academic experience driven by faculty who know and care about each one of them.
We're fostering new ways of seeing and thinking, equipping students with a creative method that can be applied liberally to challenges in society, science, business, technology, and beyond.
The fact that a student might do a co-curricular program like Management Fellows whilst pursuing a major in the creative school whilst doing a minor in liberal arts is something you just wouldn't find at another institution.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Entire half without even getting in the red zone. I mean, think about that. Their offense. Averaging
experience, driven by faculty who know and care about each one of them.
We're fostering new ways of seeing and thinking, equipping students with a creative method that can be applied liberally to challenges in society, science, business, technology, and beyond.
The fact that a student might do a co-curricular program like Management Fellows whilst pursuing a major in the creative school whilst doing a minor in liberal arts is something you just wouldn't find at another institution.
You here at Blackstock Stadium and Nick Morosis Field on the campus of DePauw University, Greencastle, Indiana. About 50 or so of downtown Indianapolis. Happy you're with us on this Saturday afternoon. Starting to cloud up a little bit. Front heading this way, about an hour or so away. We'll see if we can get this second half in before the rains get here, moving from our west. But let's talk about this first half, as this one of 3 ranked versus ranked matchups in Division III football across this country this weekend. 1 was played last night, 2 being played today. And so far, the number 15 ranked John Carroll Blue Streaks, the team in the Road Whites, the dominant team in half number 1. And Joe, we take a look at how the first half unfolded. I think you look at what DePauw was able to do defensively. They were able to get 2 3-and-out stops, but John Carroll able to get inside the red zone 4 times. DePauw did get a turnover on the final possession defensively of the half with the interception at the goal line by Nathan Creed, but John Carroll cashing in 3 times in the red zone on 2 touchdown passes from Nick Simptonfelter to Tyron Montgomery, and then a 17-yard scramble by Simptonfelter in the second quarter. That was more than enough to stake John Carroll to this 11-point lead.
Yeah, I would have to say now this is certainly a battle between Division III heavyweights, and I would have given the first 2 rounds to the guys from Cleveland, Ohio. John Carroll University is just they're doing a better job of executing their offense. I think we're seeing a very poised, seasoned quarterback that is taking advantage of advantages. If it's there for him to run the football, he will run the football. If it's there for him to take the out, he'll take the out. He did nail a gorgeous post to probably the best athlete on the field, our number 4, who's just been spectacular. Montgomery has been incredible, and he is a heads and shoulders above athletically what we're seeing on the field. But execution of the quarterback, the inability to get off the field on 3rd down has been the nemesis for DePauw, but I'm anxious to see the adjustments they make, the spark and the hustle they come out with in the second half to defend this home field and keep this win streak alive.
DePauw scoring on 2 of its 6 first-half possessions. Matthew Berry kicking a career-long 51-yard field goal with the wind at his back on the second possession of the game for DePauw. Berry's previous career-long was a 37-yarder that came last year. And then on DePauw's 4th possession of the game, the first of the second quarter, on 3rd down and 17, Scott Ballantyne found Parker Samuels on a 29-yard catch and run down the center seam for the lone Tiger touchdown in that first half. 21-10 our score. John Carroll leading DePauw in the first ever football matchup between these 2 programs. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll run down some first half stats. All that coming up next as you're watching DePauw Tiger football on the ISC Sports Network.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Never quit! Never quit! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Rob Brown, Joe Polizzi back with you at DePauw University as John Carroll leads DePauw 21-10 here at the half. Let's look at some first half numbers. Rushing yards, DePauw with 10 in that first half, and John Carroll with 50. The DePauw rushing yards offset a little bit by the sacks by John Carroll in the first half. John Carroll with 3 first half sacks. Passing yards, 191 for John Carroll, DePauw with 86. So total yards, 241 for John Carroll, 96 for DePauw. And Joe, that certainly jumps off the page with John Carroll looking at as we roll through these first half highlights while we run through these stats. John Carroll with 241 first half yards, while DePauw allows just 139 per game coming in. So that is a number that jumps off the page from a defensive standpoint for the Tigers. A couple other numbers that jump off. We've talked about it a couple times in that first half as you get a look at Parker Samuel scoring the lone DePauw first half touchdown, and then the scramble touchdown, or the second touchdown catch, or the big play, I should say, by Shane Lindstrom. DePauw coming in led the nation to Division III in third down conversion rate at 61%. The Tigers just 2 out of 6 for third down in the first half. And then John Carroll 3 out of 4 in the red zone. DePauw coming into today offensively 15th in the country in points per game at almost 43 per game. The Tigers did not even make it into the red zone in that first half. That is a shocking statistic, maybe the most shocking statistic on this sheet.
It sure is, and it's something they're not accustomed to. You mentioned the yardage given up on their defense. There was 139 per game. This is already 250 just about for the first half. They're just not accustomed to this style of offense. Hopefully they're seeing what they need to adjust on. I don't think there's a big difference other than 1 or 2 players. There's not a big difference in the talent level on each team. It's just a matter now of making some adjustments, taking away the things that John Carroll has been so good at. The scramble plays, I've heard them, because of rush lanes, and also that soft corner, they're taking the out anytime they want to, and if they're not getting that, they're getting the crosser. So they're doing a nice job of dissecting a very good defense, but it's now up to the DePauw staff to make some corrections, maybe bring in a little heat, change up the corner coverage, and get themselves back in this football game.
Some individual numbers. Nick Simptonfelter, the leading completion percentage quarterback in all of NCAA Divisions 1, 2, or 3, the John Carroll graduate quarterback. He is 13 out of 18 in the first half, 191 yards and 2 touchdowns. Did throw his first interception of the season. Scott Ballantyne of DePauw, 8 of 15 for 86 yards and a touchdown pass. Was sacked 3 times. Tyron Montgomery, I'd say if we were naming a player of the game in the first half, it would be Montgomery with 7 catches for 77 yards and 2 scores. Caden Whitehead of DePauw, the leading rusher in the game, with 6 carries and 47 yards, although 39 of those yards came on the most explosive play of the first half for DePauw. That helped set up the Tigers' lone first half touchdown. Certainly, I think from a DePauw standpoint, Joe, you'd love to see Robbie Ballantyne get more involved in the pass game, the nation's leading career touchdown reception man with 46 career touchdowns. Ballantyne also in the top 7 all-time in career receptions. He has just 2 catches for 20 yards in the first half. And certainly, you know he's going to be a focal point of the opponent's scouting report. But he was involved in 3 targets early, but I don't know that he had a single target in that second half.
No, absolutely right. They have some of the, when you look back at some of the keys we talked about going into the game, it was about the Tigers getting pressure on the quarterback. They have not been able to do that. On the other hand now, John Carroll has really come up the field with some good pressure. It's not like they're blazing through they're just pushing that pocket back, and some slow developing plays are what's keeping Ballantyne from getting those receptions, because they're jumping all over it with a good zone coverage and making the quarterback take his time, pat that ball, and throw it. So speed up the offense a little bit, maybe some three-step drops to get the ball to Ballantyne, put some deeper routes into it, and get some crossers going, to me would be the some solutions for this vaunted Tiger offense.
Well, the kickers are out at midfield for both teams, getting ready to start this second half. Rest of their teammates will be out momentarily. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll take you up to the start of the second half. DePauw will get the ball to start half number 2. That's coming up after this. You're watching DePauw Tigers football on the ISC Sports Network.
Rivalry.
Let's go, Tigers!
It's what drives us.
Pushes us.
Makes us strive for greatness. At DePauw University, we embrace challenges both on and off the field.
We excel in academics,
athletics,
and beyond.
We rise to every challenge together.
On the field,
in the classroom,
and in our community.
The Monon Bell game is more than a rivalry.
It's a celebration of hard work,
dedication,
and the relentless pursuit of victory.
It's about tradition.
It's about family.
It's about being part of something bigger.
At DePauw, rivalry fuels our ambition.
Get up, Tigers, let's go!
Because we know every challenge makes us stronger.
Every play, every moment, every cheer echoes commitment to being our best.
Victory is earned.
Respect is given. We play for both. Our rivalry with Wabash isn't just about the game. It's about preparing for success in all areas of life.
Over 100 years of other men that have played.
It's not just about the game. It comes down to tradition and brotherhood.
Being able to build your own legacy with your class.
We always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
Catch made! Touchdown! Ball game! DePauw will win! Let's go, Tigers!
Driven by rivalry.
Defined by excellence.
DePauw University.
Rob Brown, Joe Polizzi back with you at DePauw University. Week number 6 for the Tigers after having a bye week last week. NCAC action. Other games going on today in the conference. Wabash is at Kenyon. Wooster is at Ohio Wesleyan. Later today, Denison is at Wittenberg.
Referee Mike.
And Oberlin is off today with a 9-team league. You'll have a bye week for somebody every week. DePauw is 3-0.
The game is not being halted at this time, but we ask that you be prepared to leave if conditions worsen.
John Carroll is 4-0. Wabash 3-1. Denison 2-1. Wooster 2-2. Kenyon 1-2. Wittenberg 1-3. Ohio Wesleyan 0-3 and Oberlin 0-4. Those are the standings heading into today. Once everyone runs through league play, everyone will have played 8 league games.
Also, fans, please note
are keeping an eye on a storm that is heading this way. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that we're able to get this one in before the storm gets here.
Well, I'm anxious to see the way the Tigers come out. They've had a lock on this conference and been the powerhouse, and I'm pretty sure they're not in a hurry to give this up. The newbies on the block are coming into their neighborhood here and playing some good football. It's time to step up and crank it up and play like the great pride that is deserved of this football field. Should be an interesting second half of play.
Well, to your point, coming into today's action, the Tigers have won 23 straight conference games, 14 straight regular season conference home games, and 29 straight regular season games overall, counting conference and non-conference games. That regular season streak is the third longest active streak in the NCAA, all divisions.
And it's being threatened by a pretty good, very good, solid offensive and defensive football team from the Cleveland area.
Colin Schuler on to kick it away. And this kick will sail into the end zone for a touchback.
That's a touchback for Schuler.
That's the third touchback of the game. The Tigers will take it out at the 25. Great crew working with us today on our ISC network broadcast, headed up by Charlie Hammock, our director, Adam Phipps, Matt Armstrong, Richard Feely, Daniel Miller, and Clark Quinlan. All a part of today's operation. First down and 10 for the Tigers. Scott Ballantyne, the sophomore quarterback, in shotgun. And the pass batted down with the elbows up high to knock it down. That's Gino Blasini. Mentioned 7 Division I transfers, FBS and FCS, on this John Carroll 2-deep, and Blasini, one of them, started at Miami of Ohio, now here at John Carroll out of Kirtland, Ohio.
They came out with a little play action, tried to hit the big tight end in the flat, and got it swatted down.
Second down and 10. Whitehead can't get out of the one-armed grasp. One-handed tackle that time.
It's a tough situation here. Another third down and 8. It's they've been extremely difficult.
Gain of 3.
Thus far.
Third down and 7. DePauw trying to avoid the quick 3 and out to start the second half. Ballantyne throws it, and a tough catch in traffic by Robbie Ballantyne.
That pass is caught by Robbie Ballantyne over near the sideline.
Boy, that was right at the marker. Needed 7 and got 7 plus 2 inches.
Beautiful.
First down.
Nice job on the execution. Ball was put in the perfect spot. That's a good catch. That's a great catch. Senior wideout. Not ready to give this turf up just yet.
Jacob Huffnagel was all over Ballantyne, and there's a good run by Whitehead, still spinning his way into the secondary, and a late flag comes in.
Looks like we got a helmet that was ripped off, perhaps.
Zach Kerr, the center, lost his helmet right at the end of the play. Some consultation. And officials getting the notebooks out here to write some stuff down.
Personal foul. Illegal hands to the face. Defense, number 92. 15-yard penalty added on to the end of the run.
Tack that on to the end of Whitehead's run, and another first down.
We'll take it. Nice little adjustment there. Ran some counter play there with some pulling offensive linemen. A couple nice cuts. Some momentum coming the Tigers' way.
And you alluded to it, Coach, because the illegal hands penalty on Wazinski caused Kerr, the center, to lose his helmet. Kerr does not have to come off the field for a play. So Kerr, the center, will stay in. And the penalty plus the run by Whitehead brings the ball all the way down to the 38 of John Carroll. So good start to this drive for the Tigers to begin half number 2. Here comes pressure. Whitehead lowers the shoulder and barges his way down near the 35. Call it the 36. Gain of 3.
I think that's the way they want to play football. They want to be able to come off the ball, run up in there hard, hit the outs, hit the posts, and just play a simple game of roughneck football. And that huge third down conversion with the out pattern really sparked this drive.
So only a gain of 1 on the play. I thought they gave forward progress to the 35, but instead a gain of 1. And Whitehead is tossed back behind the line of scrimmage. Kenny Grabasek with a tackle for loss, and Grabasek was, woo.
Yeah, he came
What
out
a
like a
play.
flash. When you don't have the threat of the quarterback boot or quarterback keep, that backside end can just turn it loose. And then what we saw there, caught the play from behind, minus yard play, and now we've got a 3rd and extra long.
Second tackle for loss today for Grabasek. 3rd and 11. Ballantyne looking left, throws, and a catch, but stepping out of bounds. Short of the marker, Robbie Ballantyne's momentum took him out at the 29. And so that sets up 4th and 1. Looks like the Tigers are going to go for it. DePauw 4 out of 5 this season on 4th down. Extra tight ends in. Whitehead plowing straight forward and given the 40, the 27, that's enough. Needed the 28, got the 27. That's enough to reload the down box.
That's a good, tough run by a senior who would not be denied, 195 pounds. Hit it up in there pretty hard. The young man from Park Tudor coming up with a big play at a 4th down conversion.
First and 10 at the 27 on the first possession of the 3rd quarter. Again, Whitehead. Again, momentum into the secondary. And Whitehead with a 1st down run. And Zach Kerr lost his helmet again. So this time, Kerr has to come off. And Marco Ortiz will come on and function as the center.
That's the second time they've had such good success, pulling the backside guard, tight end leading up the hole. It's like an isolation play with a little down block, something they could get some angles on this defense, and that's been an effective addition for this second half.
Seth Minzer comes in to give Whitehead a break at the tailback spot. Whitehead has carried the load on this drive. Ballantyne looking left into the end zone, and Robbie Ballantyne unable to get free from the jam from the defensive back in coverage. That was
Number
Jacob
10.
Huffnagel.
They had, that was well covered. There was nothing going there, but I like the concept. Toss it deep, loosen them up, know that that can happen. He had plenty of time to get that one off.
That was 2nd and 1, now 3rd and 1. Two tight ends. Minzer's second effort, and the spot is going to be very close. Boy, I don't know. That is going to be close. We don't have the computer chip in the ball like in the NFL, so we'll see.
Yeah,
I think it's short. Yeah,
he's
it's
a yard
short.
We have not been getting very good spots, I would say.
And the referee is going to come in and
you don't want to measure it. Unless you can replay it, you're not going to get it right.
the DePauw bench is arguing, and Brett Dietz is coming down the line to talk to the member of the crew that's in front of his sideline. Now the officials huddling up over the football. It is indeed fourth down.
It might be the third or fourth questionable spot. But
so fourth and probably a foot.
A good foot.
Inside the 18.
You've got to make this play, O-line.
Whitehead's back in. And Whitehead surging forward.
It's going to depend on the spot, but to me, he got that.
I'm not sure.
All right. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm just judging from where the side judge on the John Carroll sideline came in. And the referee says first down. The John Carroll bench disagrees, as you would presume.
To the surprise of no one. All right, let's keep this thing alive here now. See a little Bobby and Scott show.
Well, the chains have not yet been reset. Now they have. So first and 10, just outside the 17-yard line for DePauw. The Tigers have already run 6 minutes off the clock, and now the game clock has just been reset. Now it's back to 8:50 where it should be.
All right, let's let them play. Big, big, big drive.
Fresh set of downs for the Tigers. Into the red zone for the first time today. Ballantyne looks, finds Lukowski for the first time this afternoon. Lukowski tight ropes the sideline. Where did Lukowski step out? Looks like about the 6. That's a first down or close to it. And if they gave Lukowski the 7, it's a first down. And it's first and goal. It is indeed first and goal.
They did a nice job of getting the quarterback on the move and throwing that out.
Whitehead looking for a seam, seeking the goal line, falls forward to about the 2.
Short of the goal line.
This is more like the style of football from the Tigers that we expected, and I'm sure that they expected. But converting on third, converting on fourth, keeping the chains alive and being able to run inside has been beautiful adjustments here in the third quarter.
Samuels is in, Will Castor is in, so the two tight ends set. Whitehead grabbed in the backfield, and again, it's Grabelsek.
Short of the goal line.
Grabelsek coming off that edge. The linebacker, again, making a play in the backfield for no gain.
You got to do something to keep him home. Quarterback boot. Quarterback fake the boot. Something to keep him home because he came untouched off the backside and caused big problems.
Third down and 2. Two tight ends are both to the left side of the formation. Whitehead is to the right of the quarterback. Quarterback looking. Flush, Ballantyne in a race to the pylon, and Ballantyne stretches out and did not get there. Ballantyne in a foot race with Joe Timmons and Hunter Knotts.
Definitely.
And didn't get there.
Definitely take 3.
And the Tigers will opt for the field goal. So a short field goal.
Matthew Berry on to attempt the field goal.
Tigers will take the 3 after eating up over 8 minutes on this drive. Matthew Berry's on for the short 20-yard field goal. And that is good with room to spare on the hold from Dominic Turner. 21-13 the score. Berry's second field goal of the afternoon. A long drive, 75 yards. 17-play drive. And 8:48 on the clock. We'll keep it here.
That's exactly what we were talking about pregame, was the ability to control the football on the ground, hold on to the ball versus a vaunting passing attack. And that drive in itself just did an enormous amount for the confidence of that offensive team. Took it right down the field, converted 3 real big short yardage situations. It just came up short because of a great defensive play to stop the quarterback. But those points are extremely valuable, and they're going to be huge as we progress down this tail end of the game.
That was a time cruncher as DePauw went 2 for 2 on 4th down on that drive. However, a 17-play drive, Joe, you would have loved to have seen the Tigers get 7 there.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. They try to run up in there in that middle, and it's tough going, but they went with their best stuff. But big point is they got the points that they needed. They got some points out of it, which is have to be a nice building block for that offense.
Gomez will kick into a wind that is picking up as the storm front approaches. 6:12 to go, third quarter. And the wind will hold it up at the 6. Clamack is held up as well at the 25, out across the 25 by the coverage team of the Tigers.
Nice job on the coverage. Came down there with a little bit extra effort, I thought. Made that big hit, got him starting down on the 25, which is good. Now a big set here with this defense. Come with some heat. Keep QB off his platform. Make him move around and get a chance for a turnover.
First time we've seen a 2-back set to either side of Simptonfelter. And a delayed give to Clamack, and the Tigers were ready for that.
Just a game of momentum. They rolled the dice and tried to hit a quick trap, trying to keep the defense off guard. Beautiful job of getting to that football, controlling the defensive line of scrimmage, getting them in a second and passing situation.
Chris Green, who had a sack in the first half with the TFL there and a loss of 4. Clamack goes in motion. Simptonfelter gives it down to Montgomery for a short pickup. Boy, Aaron Wagner jumped that route and almost had the pass picked off.
He did. They were in perfect position in the zone underneath coverage. Drove right on that throw, just clinic-wise, so beautiful. Kept that to a very minimal gain and an opportunity for a 3rd and long and put some heat on this quarterback.
3rd and 10. Blue Streaks are 4 out of 7 on 3rd down.
Stay in your rush lanes. Don't give them a chance to scramble out of there.
Simptonfelter wants Tanner to clear out the tight end. Finds Montgomery with room to run. Yellow shirts try and circle Montgomery and do. Nowhere to run. Montgomery was trying to run to the sticks, but the Tigers had him surrounded, and the DePauw defense forces just the 3rd 3-and-out of the game and the first one since middle of the 2nd quarter.
And that's that type of zone defense, driving on the football, keeping everything inside and in front. Nice job. That's what the defensive coordinators and the defensive staff of DePauw are used to seeing. great fundamental defense.
Two safeties deep for the Tigers. Ricciardi, that's a deep kick with the wind at his back. Ricciardi back to get it at the 10. And Ricciardi with a little room to run, but my goodness.
Yeah, he cranked it.
With a gale force wind at his back.
That kind of helps, doesn't it?
Owen Schukert with a cannonball punt. My word. Still waiting on the distance on that punt. DePauw will take over at its own 17, trailing 21-13. 3:46 to go in the third quarter. Valentine gives to Parker Samuels across the formation, and Samuels tried to cut inside to not much success. Samuels caught the touchdown pass of 29 yards in the second quarter for the lone first half DePauw touchdown.
It's pretty much what you expect when you have two powerhouses, Division III ball, going against each other. There's some tough sledding inside. Those big fellas are getting after it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room to go in between the tackles. Officially, that punt by Schukert of 60 yards. It's like Whitehead dropped the football momentarily. The ball, John Carroll is saying the ball is out. Let's see.
Nah.
Waiting on the ruling. Joe Timmons is holding the football.
The ruling on the field is the runner was down prior to the ball coming loose. DePauw ball, third down.
So Whitehead
timeout for a weather delay.
So Whitehead is ruled down, and now we have
attention fans. Inclement weather, including lightning, is approaching Black Sox Stadium.
Whitehead is ruled down, but more pertinent, we have a weather delay has been ruled. A weather delay. So the weather delay has been called at 3:11 p.m. and with 2:38 to go here in the third quarter. And so we will wait this out as long as we need to. With lightning in the area, that's the primary point of contention. So 2:38 to go, third quarter. John Carroll leading 21-13. Inclement weather and lightning approaching. So we will go ahead and step out. We'll keep you posted as to how things proceed from here. But for now, we will step out for a weather delay from Blackstock Stadium here at DePauw University on the ISC Sports Network.
Rivalry.
Let's go, Tigers!
It's what drives us,
pushes us,
makes us strive for greatness. At DePauw University, we embrace challenges both on and off the field.
We excel in academics,
athletics,
and beyond.
We rise to every challenge together.
On the field,
in the classroom,
and in our community.
The Monon Bell game is more than a rivalry.
It's a celebration of hard work,
dedication,
and the relentless pursuit of victory.
It's about tradition.
It's about family.
It's about being part of something bigger.
At DePauw, rivalry fuels our ambition.
Let's go!
Because we know every challenge makes us stronger.
Every play, every moment, Every cheer echoes commitment to being our best.
Victory is earned.
Respect is given. We play for both. Our rivalry with Wabash isn't just about the game. It's about preparing for success in all areas of life.
Over 100 years of other men that have played.
It's not just about the game. It comes down to tradition and brotherhood.
Being able to build your own legacy with your class.
We always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
Catch made! Touchdown! Ball game! DePauw will win! Let's go Tigers!
Driven by rivalry.
Defined by excellence.
DePauw University.
Never mind, we're good. I'm just going to plug game share. We're going to restart the iPads. I mean, how much? I feel like it's good though, no? It's just in reading here, and all that it's cover is my laptop and all that's like covered stuff is my travel suit. What? You want to help me? Is this good? That's the most I can do. Here, B, get up here and then shut it. Yes, sir. Oh, we're all right. We're good. All right, I'm going to bring it upstairs. So we can get here. Yeah, as long as the wind is good.
Your attention, fans, lightning is in the area. Fans are reminded to not stay in the stands and to seek shelter in their vehicles or at the indoor tennis and track facility west of Blackstock Stadium.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Never quit! Never quit! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Before I was on campus, I was very nervous. I gotta make friends, or my teacher's gonna be nice. But now that I'm here, all my fears have washed away, and I'm more excited to learn than I have been in a while.
And that's one of the things I think that DePauw does incredibly well. It provides an opportunity for individuals to find their place in the world, and that's something that the university provides everyone who comes here.
It's never the last time you're at DePauw. You'll always be back, and I know that I'm coming back for these people and these places and these memories that I have. Our students have a gold standard academic experience driven by faculty who know and care about each one of them.
We're fostering new ways of seeing and thinking, equipping students with a creative method that can be applied liberally to challenges in society, science, business, technology, and beyond.
The fact that a student might do a co-curricular program like Management Fellows whilst pursuing a major in the creative school whilst doing a minor in liberal arts is something you just wouldn't find at another institution.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.
Never quit! Never quit! Never quit!
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Rivalry.
Let's go, Tigers!
It's what drives us.
Pushes us.
Makes us strive for greatness. At DePauw University, we embrace challenges both on and off the field.
We excel in academics,
Athletics.
And beyond.
We rise to every challenge together.
on the field,
in the classroom,
and in our community.
The Monon Bell game is more than a rivalry.
It's a celebration of hard work,
dedication,
and the relentless pursuit of victory.
It's about tradition.
It's about family.
It's about being part of something bigger.
At DePauw, rivalry fuels our ambition.
Let's go!
Because we know every challenge makes us stronger.
Every play, every moment, every cheer echoes commitment to being our best.
Victory is earned.
Respect is given. We play for both. Our rivalry with Wabash isn't just about the game. It's about preparing for success in all areas of life.
Over 100 years of other men that have played.
It's not just about the game. It comes down to tradition and brotherhood.
Being able to build your own legacy with your class.
We always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
Catch made. Touchdown. Ball game. DePauw will win. Let's go Tigers!
Driven by rivalry.
Defined by excellence.
DePauw University.
Hour and 28-minute thunderstorm / lightning delay. We're going to resume play, and when we do, we will have 2 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock in the third quarter, with DePauw trailing John Carroll 21-13, and the Tigers will have it third down and 14 at their own 13. We've had only 2 full possessions in this third quarter. DePauw began the third quarter at a 17-play, 8-minute and 48-second drive that ended in a Matthew Berry 20-yard field goal. That made it 21-13. The Tigers then forced a quick 3-and-out defensive stop and got the ball back at their own 17, but then a quick first down play that resulted in a no gain on an inside handoff, and then a fumbled snap that the Tigers recovered for a loss of 1, put us in this, or for a loss of 4, I should say, put us in this third down and 14 position, where we begin this resumption of play after a 2-hour and 28-minute delay. So glad you're with us. Rob Brown alongside Joe Polizzi. And Coach, you've been in this, you've seen a lot of situations in your coaching career. I don't know if you've ever been in this situation before after a 2.5-hour delay. Certainly prior to the delay, the Tigers, with that long scoring drive followed quickly by the 3-and-out stop, had the momentum. How do they recapture it after this long delay?
That's an extremely interesting point. And yes, I have had this happen 5 times in my career, where you're bringing teams off the field, you're sitting in the locker room, you're doing whatever you can. Nowadays, these guys can watch the film and they can make their corrections. To me, the advantage goes to the team that's behind. And that is interesting to see how this is going to be. The team that's ahead will say, hey, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing because we got the lead. The team that's behind is working feverishly to come up with what's going wrong, how can we correct it, and what can we do to win this game. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's a masterful job of motivation to get your kids back from laying around in the locker room for 2 hours to come out here and playing great football.
Well, we are in a bit of a race against 2 things. One, there is a window as to when the next cell will approach. So we're in a race to get the remainder of this game in, the 2:38 in this third quarter and the 15 minutes of game time in the fourth. Plus, we're in a race to beat the darkness, as there are no lights here at Blackstock Stadium. So there is a finite amount of remaining daylight to get this game in. So we're back to it. Third down and 14 as we resume play. Ballantyne steps up in the pocket and had his arm hit from behind as he stepped up to throw, did Ballantyne. And that pass will fall incomplete, and the Tigers will come on to punt it away. As we're back to action, Tigers go 3-and-out, and Gomez will come on and punt it inside his own 5. And the very dangerous Shane Lindstrom, who has a 39-yard punt return in this game, will stand at his own 43-yard line.
Wow, that's asking a lot to come back out on the field after that kind of a break and hit a 3rd and 14. Got a shank punt. My goodness, momentum has come right back to the guys from Ohio.
John Carroll will have a very short field. Oh, my goodness. This punt will be placed at the 26-yard line, at the 25-yard line. So that will go down as a 12-yard punt. Oh, my.
I don't remember seeing them practice a punt.
So a short field for John Carroll in every sense of the word. This is the second time this afternoon that the Blue Streak have begun a possession in DePauw territory. Simpton-Felter gives on the delay and upended right at the line of scrimmage is the back Nemo Jenkins. Tumbled by Tariq Yimasigi.
That's very, very nice to see the DePauw defense sharp and fierce and ready to go. Played that run perfectly. Little counter play that to get back on in the running game going, and they did a super job of running to that football and making that play.
Tanner goes in motion, the tight end in the flat, and a quick catch, but a quick drive out of bounds by a trio of DePauw defenders. Pass to Jenkins, and there to drive Jenkins out of bounds is Joey Rowland, the outside linebacker, the senior out of Greenfield, Indiana. Brings up 3rd down and 4, right at the doorstep of the red zone on the 20, where the Blue Streak are 3 out of 4 today. Call 3rd and 5. Simpton-Felter stands in, throws, and up high to get it, climbing the ladder to go get it is Tyron Montgomery, who has been the star of the show for the Blue Streak offense. Pulls that one down at the 9, 1st and goal.
Execution good, opportunity right there where they are on the 8-yard line. But let me tell you, that's the guy to go to. He comes to play, and he has done that every single play of this game, and perfect execution, get him the football. That's your go-to guy.
That's the 10th catch of the game for Montgomery. 10 catches, 97 yards, closing in on his 4th 100-yard game of the season. Simpton-Felter looking in the backfield, a catch and an immediate drop. Pass completed in the flat to Evan Nelson on the wide receiver screen. And the quick tackle by Tariq Yimasigi. And that'll be the final play of the quarter. Final play of the quarter, as time will run out with John Carroll leading DePauw in this ranked matchup. Number 15, John Carroll, 21. DePauw ranked number 9, 13. 15 minutes to go in this one. Back in a moment on the ISC Sports Network.
Monon is pretty much the biggest game in D3.
And we always want to keep that bell, especially for the campus.
It comes down to tradition and brotherhood, playing for the guys that are to your left and to your right.
The past history that we've had, over 100 years of other men that have played.
Let's go, Tigers! Let's go! Ah!
Let's go. Put up 6. Let's go.
Let's go!
Before I was on campus, I was very nervous. I gotta make friends, and my teacher's gonna be nice. But now that I'm here, all my fears have washed away, and I'm more excited to learn than I have been in a while.
And that's one of the things I think that DePauw does incredibly well. It provides an opportunity for individuals to find their place in the world, and that's something that the university provides everyone who comes here.
It's never the last time you're at DePauw. You'll always be back, and I know that I'm coming back for these people and these places and these memories that I have.
Back for the final quarter here at DePauw University. Rob Brown alongside Joe Polizzi. Happy you're with us. Appreciate you sticking with us. 2.5-hour storm and lightning delay. Great matchup here between two of the top 25 teams in the nation. First place in the NCAC on the line. John Carroll clad in the road whites on top by 8. Pass over the middle, just over the through the outstretched arms of the intended receiver, Nico McBride, the freshman out of Brighton, Michigan. First time he's received a target today. Incomplete pass, 3rd and 7. And Simpton-Felter has not missed often today, Joe, but that's just his 6th incomplete pass in 24 attempts.
His percentage coming into this game was absolutely phenomenal, and I can see why. He's got a nice arm, and he is throwing with great velocity after this layoff.
3rd and goal from the 7. DePauw trying to get a stop here and force a field goal attempt. Simpton-Felter, all sorts of time to the back of the end zone, and there's Montgomery in the back of the end zone, but there's a hat down by both of the receivers. Did Montgomery go out of bounds and come back in? Now a flag flies. Wait a second here. Montgomery has the touchdown catch for now. But let's see. There's a conference at the goal line. Two members of our crew are without hats.
Number 4, offside. Number 4, went out of bounds on his own. He got him by, who was the first to touch the pass. Lost it down with the previous spot. 4th down.
And there you go from our referee.
Huge break.
Montgomery went out of bounds and came back in. So no touchdown on the play. That's a loss of down. And that will bring the field goal team on for the first time today. This will be a 24-yard attempt for Colin Schuler. 6 out of 9 this season is Schuler from the right hash. Owen Schukert, the holder. Kick is on the way, and it is good. So the kick is good. That makes the score 24-13. Critical for John Carroll to push it back to a 2-score lead. We'll keep it here, just 14 seconds into the 4th quarter.
And fortunate for the Tigers that they were able to hold them to 3. That looked like disaster to me after that 3rd down play, after the delay, the shank punt, and then the drive down the field. But to hold them to 3 is a plus and something to build off of. Now we got to get this Tiger offense in gear and put together a nice drive and get 6.
So that is a 24-yard field goal by Schuler. His 7th of the season. 7 out of 10 is Schuler. But the DePauw defense gets a red zone stop. It's 2nd of the season, or 2nd of the day, excuse me. Critical score for John Carroll to push it back to an 11-point lead. 14:46 left. Schuler kicking deep. He's had 3 touchbacks on the day. Wind is almost non-existent now that the storm front has come through, and that allows Ricciardi to come up and field the kick at the 10. Ricciardi with a running start, rather. Make that Alex Hoover on the return, out across the 20 to the 22. Hoover on the kick return. Senior out of Brownsburg. Give him the 25 on the forward progress on the stumble. So DePauw begins there, trailing by 11. Tigers have trailed by 11 on a couple of occasions this afternoon. Valentine gives to Whitehead, who corkscrews his way out across the 30. Before Kenny Grabowski and Tommy Wazinski make the stop. We call Grabowski's name quite a bit today on the tackles. Good first down run of 7, however. 2nd down and 3. High snap. That messed up the timing of the play and allowed Gino Blazzini to get in and make a tackle.
They're going to have to at some point realize that this is the 4th quarter and we better pick up some sense of urgency. Actually ran into his own man there to stop that. That was part of that big hit But once again, we're faced with a milestone in the third down situation.
No gain, 3rd and 3. Tigers 3 out of 11. And the pass is thrown incomplete. Ricciardi went low to try and get it. And that's been a story of the game. You frame it however you like. The Tigers unable to get it done on 3rd down, or the defense of John Carroll, or a little of both. As DePauw came in 61%, first in Division III in 3rd down conversions, but the Tigers just 3 out of 12 today. So another 3 and out, and Gomez will punt it away. Tigers need a boomer here to flip the field, and Gomez gets off a good one. Fair catch, called for by Lindstrom.
Looked to me like he kind of hurried that 3rd down throw. I'm not sure if it was a grip issue or what, but he did have a man open, and it was a missed target. And you can't afford many of those when you're right in the deep of the fourth quarter.
2-score lead for John Carroll, leading 24-13, 13:28 to go in this ball game. John Carroll trying to seize control of first place in the NCAC standings. Simpton-Felter hit and dropped.
There you
That's
go.
Chris Green, his 2nd sack of the day.
There you go. Coming with some heat right off the bat. Unblocked. Backside of the quarterback. Big hit. A momentum builder for that defense.
Drop of 7 by the sophomore from Indianapolis, Ben Davis High School. Green has both of the Tiger sacks today. And it's 2nd down and 17. Simpton-Felter lets the play clock run inside 5. Delayed give to the freshman Climac with the carry, and he takes it and gets a first down. Gets the sack yardage back. Beg your pardon, out to the 30. That sets up 3rd down and 8. Out to the 29.
They've come out here in this second game with a lot of pressure from defense. They're bringing people. It caught them. It was a negative for them on that play, but for the most part, they made the decision, we're going to come after them, and I like it.
John Carroll 5 out of 10 on 3rd down.
Brought him now.
Pocket collapsing again, and Simpton-Felter will go down again.
Yes, sir. That's the way to play defense. Attack.
And that time it's Luke Nolan on the sack, his 4th of the season. So the Tigers get 2 sacks on that trip. 4th down and 18. Boy, the Tigers brought heat on that defensive series.
They have since the rain delay, that was the philosophy. That's the decision they made, was we're going to come after them, and that's been effective.
Owen Schuler is back, has a 60-yard punt with the wind at his back, and Tigers sent some pressure. And
Be careful.
Tigers will field that one and get good field position out near midfield. Ball placed at the 46 of the Tigers. Plenty of time left, 10:56 to go. 10:59, excuse me.
Big play would certainly help the situation for these Tigers. That 10 minutes is going to go quickly here.
Tigers with 4 explosive plays, but just 1 in the second half. Ballantyne looking long, has a man, and it's caught down the sideline. A huge catch. There's that explosive play you were looking for.
Absolutely. Went on top, beat the corner. It was just a cover 4. I think the corner was thinking maybe he had some help over the top.
that's Evan Pitzer over the top for a pickup inside the 10-yard line. That's a gain of 46 down to the 8. First and goal. Valentine looking. Has a man in the back corner. Laying out Valentine. Is he in? Touchdown! 2 plays and a score. Valentine to Valentine for the first time today and the 9th time this season.
Aired
And
it
just
out
like
beautifully.
that.
Beautiful job. Put the nice trajectory on it. Let it drop right in the arms of your big brother. Nothing better.
54 yards, 2 plays.
Looks like we got the offense back out there.
Yeah, they brought Barry out initially. I think they're a man short, but no, they're going to go for 2 here, down 5. So that's an 8-yard catch from Scott Ballantyne to Robbie Ballantyne. Tigers will go for 2, down 5. And the Tigers didn't get the playoff in time on the field. Trying to get an explanation from the referee. Now I think he'll send the PAT crew on. Different set of circumstances trying to run a 2-point play from the 7.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to 2.5.
I don't know what this 1 point's going to do them, but
so the PAT would make it a 4-point game. I get the idea going for 2 there to make it a 3-point game. You can tie the game with a field goal.
And that doesn't change right now.
Yeah.
But it is more difficult.
10:08 to go. DePauw needed just 2 plays to get that touchdown. Now the officials are huddled up.
This is crazy. Yeah, they're going for it. They understand there's no value in 1 point.
So the offense coming back on the field, albeit after the delay, they'll have to run this play from the 7 and not the 2.
Good call. You got to have your best play right now.
And the monitor, I don't know, Coach, if you've ever watched the Masters on a Sunday when the Masters runs late, the monitor does not accurately represent how dark it is here. It is much darker
I agree.
than it appears on the monitor.
I agree.
For those of you watching, we are burning daylight right now.
It's dusk.
And there's not a lot left. So we need to, I know there's a lot of chit-chatting going on right now on the field, but we need to speed the process up here and cut with the extraneous conversations.
I don't think he's still certain about why there was a delay of game for a conversion attempt.
Right. So the Tigers will indeed attempt a 2-point conversion. DePauw has yet to attempt one this year. Whitehead in the pistol formation behind Ballantyne. Pitzer goes in motion. Big 46-yard catch to set up the touchdown. Ballantyne dancing in the pocket, trying to buy some time, looking in the end zone, unloads it to the end zone. It's picked off. This can be returned for 2 down the sideline and then pushed out of bounds.
That pass was intercepted by Lamar Thomas.
Lamar Thomas picked that pass off. Thomas had a 70-yard interception return last week in Johns Hopkins' win at Wittenberg. So the Tigers were wise to put a tackle on Thomas as he has return potential. So the pass no good. That keeps the score at 24-19 in favor of John Carroll with 10:08 to go.
Still the right decision to go for 2. I understand that completely. not too excited about the route combination. I'm sure they were expecting man coverage, but they had the blanket coverage and took advantage of that and left nobody open for that two-point very, very important two-point conversion.
And once the timing breaks down, it just becomes a schoolyard play at that point.
Exactly. He was tempted twice on that to run it in, but that wouldn't have helped him a bit either.
Well, from 7 yards, that's fairly difficult.
Yeah, he was. Too many people had angles on him.
So Ben Gomez on to kick it off. Gomez has a touchback to his credit today. And this goes over the head of Climack and out of bounds for a touchback. Or into the end zone, I should say, for a touchback. So John Carroll starts at the 25. And the Tigers coming off what was their best defensive possession of the game. Last time this defense was on the field, recorded 2 sacks on 3 downs.
So what I have charted here since this, after the delay, is they have come and brought the house every single defensive play on this second attempt at it all. And I hope they can.
Tigers rush 4s, and the pass is picked off. Second interception of the game by the Tigers. One is picked off. Holt Hildebrand, his second interception of the season. That leads the team. The senior out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with the pick. And the Tigers are in business inside the 25. Second takeaway of the game belongs to the Tigers.
Wow, great job. Exactly what the doctor ordered. And he stepped in front of that like he's seen it a million times. Excellent job. Big, big turnover. Now capitalize. You got some time to work now. It's not quite as urgent as that last drive, but still, you must be efficient and give that offensive line opportunities to come off that football, make something happen.
Hildebrand with a little bit of a return to set the Tigers up at the 24. Whitehead with the hesitation run picks up a couple, maybe 2, if not 1.
That counter play that we just saw, pulling the guard, pulling the tight end, has been effective for them most of this day when they went to it in the second half, and that's been effective. Now if they got a nice little play action pass off that, that would be gorgeous.
Whitehead ended up in the secondary but was ruled down after a gain of only 1, so 2nd and 9. Whitehead again gets outside and ankle tackled. That saved a first down on the ankle tackle by Jacob Huffnagel. 3rd and a huge 3. The ball at the 18.
God, I'm not sure about that. But here we are.
Third. Again, it's Whitehead barging forward, and Whitehead is going to be short. Way short, at least 1.5 yards, maybe 2.
I'd take it. I'd take the 3.
And it looks like the Tigers are going to go for it. It's every bit of 2, maybe 2.5 here. Ball spotted at the 17. And the Tigers are spread out. 2 receivers either side, not a double tight end. Timeout called. John Carroll wants time. So 8:04 left. Rain starting to fall a little bit. So timeout called. Tigers are 2 for 2 on 4th down. That came on the 17-play drive in the 3rd quarter.
Now, as I look at those sticks over there, do you see what I see? Is that like 3.5 yards?
It looks every bit. It doesn't look like 2, that's for sure.
Absolutely. That would scare me into a field goal.
The Tigers need to get inside the 15.
Big play. Big play in the conference.
Tigers are 0 for 1 inside the red zone. So 4th, and the board says 2. It's closer to 3. Ballantyne to throw. Pumps. Has a man in the end zone. It's picked off.
Nope. Safety was there.
Picked off. Picked off in the end zone. And that's J.P. Germano on the interception. So the teams trade interceptions. That's the first turnover of the game by the Tigers. And the ball comes out to the 20.
Yeah, Scott lost track of that safety that was over the top. Thought he had a little more room to work. Probably should have thrown it right in the deep corner of the end zone. We'd have had a shot. That was a couple steps behind.
So the ball comes out to the 20. John Carroll will get it. 7:58 to go. And the Blues still up. Jenkins breaks through an initial tackle and then brought down by a trio of Tigers. Gain of a couple.
They have certainly picked up the tempo on this defense, attacking more than reading and making things happen, playing a little more on the opposing side of that line of scrimmage, and that's been effective. Now you got a clock to worry about.
We've passed the halfway mark of this fourth quarter, and it is getting very dark here. Jenkins again wrapped up around the waist. Owen Roselle was there. First man on the scene. Also there, Tariq Jimo Ogasigi. 3rd down and 7.
Look at you with the pronunciation guy.
Oh, yeah. I saw him play in high school at Ben Davis.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
They got a couple giants out there, don't they?
They do. So the DePauw defense trying for a 3rd straight stop. John Carroll leading by 5. Simptonfelter rolling, looking downfield, has a man, and up to get it is Lindstrom. Was he out of bounds, however? Yes, he was. Lindstrom made the catch but could not come down in bounds. Boy, Lindstrom has made some huge plays today, a couple explosive plays. 4 catches for 92 yards but could not come in bounds. Down with that one. And another 3-and-out stop for the Tiger defense here in this second half. Take another look.
That's a huge job by the defense. Yes, it was.
That's close.
And I think the wet field had played a factor in that. In that Nick could not really get his feet under balance where he can really deliver that out like we've seen earlier today.
Second straight punt where Roselle will punt from inside his own 10, and a fair catch called for and made by Ricciardi. So good field position for the Tigers again, this time at the 40. 6:23 to go. DePauw trailing by 5. Tigers have all 3 timeouts. And again, daylight is drawing shorter and shorter.
You know, like in the CYO where they'd pull all the cars up and turn the lights on?
We might need to do that.
That may come in handy here because it is getting tough. I understand why. Certainly, John Carroll, they'd rather run the football here than chance a turnover. See what we have in mind here with the Tigers.
Ballantyne gives to Whitehead. Pounding straight forward. Only 1 on that first down carry. Meeting Whitehead in the hole. was the rush in. Davon Badley, sophomore out of Painesville, Ohio. Inside 6 minutes to go.
Boy, he's had a nice game today. He's a very good-looking athlete that runs around well, plays both the run and the pass. He's been impressive.
Whitehead closing in on a 100-yard game. 22 carries for 95. Ballantyne has a man. It's caught inside the 30, and that's a second big catch here in the quarter for Evan Pitzer.
Nice job with the route. Called a smash route. Outside man runs a short and draws the corner up. Inside man runs the corner. Delivered perfectly and in business once again.
That's a gain of 30. Second explosive play for Pitzer here in the quarter. 1st and 10 at the 29. Tigers have to get a touchdown, trailing by 5. Ballantyne fakes the handoff, steps up, picks the ball up after it drops. And now Ballantyne scrambles for a yard. That ball was knocked free from his hand, but fortuitously, it bounced right back up to Ballantyne as if it were a basketball. Oh, my. Boy, that's a lucky break for the Tigers.
No kidding. He was stripped, and that could have ended things for them. The fact remains he had it in his hands, and probably a better option would have been to chuck it deep and let it fall out of bounds and save some clock.
Well, Ballantyne was able to work his way back to the line of scrimmage, 2nd down and 10. And the Tiger fans breathe a sigh of relief. 4:15 to go, and rolling is the clock. Whitehead with momentum into the secondary, plowing down to the 21, setting up 3rd and short. Whitehead's over 100 yards.
They've had some good success with that counter play and also the quick hitter. That was a nice job up front. And, man, I'm telling you, some of these spots are questionable.
Second 100-yard game of the season for Whitehead. He had 106 in the season opener at Rose-Hulman. Whitehead is dropped down for a loss. In the backfield is Tommy Wazinski. Boy, it just seems like throughout the game, the defensive front for John Carroll has gotten a key tackle for loss when they've needed it. And now at 3rd and 1 has turned into 4th and a long 3. My, oh, my.
Just a breakdown up front with the blocking schemes. They didn't combination it right. We got beat across the face and an enormous tackle for loss.
This could decide the game right here. Tigers are 2 out of 3 on 4th down. Pass in the flat. Whitehead has to make a man miss, spins, and got the 1st down. What a clutch play by Caden Whitehead to extend the drive and keep the Tigers' fortunes alive.
And very impressive by Ballantyne. He had, under duress, he had to hit that flat perfectly, and that's what he did. Keep those chains moving.
When he had to get that pass over the outstretched hands of Ben Day, the end rusher, who got the big paws up. So 1st and 10 at the 19. We near the 2-minute timeout. Tigers in the red zone where they're 0 for 2 today. DePauw needs a touchdown to take the lead. And the pass incomplete. Robbie Ballantyne slipped coming out of his break. And the pass goes over his head, incomplete, 2nd and 10.
That's going to happen with this kind of a wet field, but he certainly did a nice job on the route. Got himself open. Ball was thrown right on time. Mother Nature got us on that one.
2nd down and 10. Ball at the 19, 2:07 to go. Toward the end zone, in traffic, up to get it. Did he stay in bounds? He did. Parker Samuels, touchdown! Parker Samuels climbs the ladder for his 2nd touchdown of the game, and the Tigers have the lead. 25-24, Samuels in double coverage. Went up to get it.
Nice job on the memory. That play hit big in the first half, came back to it in the second half, laid it up there nicely, and the big fella gathers it in and keeps that foot down, and they got a nice lead going into the final couple minutes.
So up one. That's a 19-yard catch and score. Tigers will go for 2 up 1. Ballantyne rolling, stopping, looking, throws to the corner, and there's his brother Robbie wide open in the corner in a driving rain that has picked up steam, and the Tigers grab the lead for the first time today with 2:02 to go. 27-24.
A little brotherly love, huh?
Wow.
Well, he did it. He did a great job, quarterback now, Scott. Just the fact that he just looked that defense off, and everybody followed his eyes and left his brother wide open in the corner for the big 2-point conversion.
So here's the situation. 27-24 as the Tigers convert their first 2-point conversion of the season. But there's a lot of time left, 2:02 to go. John Carroll has 2 timeouts left. What a game. And you mentioned it earlier, Coach. It's been 2 games.
Yes,
one before and after the 2.5-hour lightning weather delay, and they've both been excellent.
They sure have.
They've been different, but they've each been excellent in their own way.
I like the way in the second game of this doubleheader, the way the Tiger defense has really cranked up the pressure, and they're going to need it again this drive.
Gomez sends Climac deep.
Big
Climac
hit.
will bring it out across the 20, and that will take us to the 2-minute timeout. 1:57 to go. So 1:57 to go. We'll take a look and see where the ball is placed. We'll put that at the 23. So DePauw looking for one more defensive stop to put the icing on this one. Mentioned that this is one of two ranked versus ranked games. See if we can get you a score on the other one. That was
Wisconsin Stout.
That was Wisconsin Lacrosse, I believe.
Okay.
It was Lacrosse and Platteville. And Platteville beats Lacrosse, so that's number 4 falling at Platteville. So number 13 Platteville at home knocks off number 4 Lacrosse 38-21 in our second ranked versus ranked game today. And yes, last night, number 9 Whitewater, Wisconsin Whitewater beat number 20 Stout, Wisconsin Stout 34-2. That was last night. So we had 3 this weekend. 1 played last night, 2 today. And this one, number 9 DePauw against number 15 John Carroll, going right down to the wire.
You want to attack up front, but be smart and safe in the secondary.
Simpton-Felter drops, throws. It's caught underneath. Montgomery, his 11th catch of the game. Tackled out across the 30. Called the 31.
Keep him in bounds and let him hit that underneath stuff all day. Come up and make the hit. Try to strip that football.
It's a gain of 8, clock rolling. Simpton-Felter sped up.
Lost containment.
Eludes the pursuit, steps out of bounds. But I believe, depending on where the spot is, and let's see, he needed, Simpton-Felter needed the 33 for a first down. Where is the football? Short. So it's 3rd down and 2.
Yes.
Simpton-Felter stepped out at the 31, so 3rd and 2, but the clock is stopped right at 90 seconds to go. So inside 100 seconds to go in this one.
Keep your rush lanes, maintain your containment, keep them in the pocket, and let that clock tick.
Tigers have 3 sacks on the day. 2 of them have come in this fourth quarter. 2 from the sophomore Chris Green, number 52 on the inside, and 1 from Luke Nolan, number 42 on the outside. 3rd and 2. Rush comes. Screen pass set up to Jenkins, and Jenkins has the first down, knocked out of bounds. Out across the 40 to the 42. That stops the clock at 1:24. Pickup of 9.
Right
Called
call.
11.
Right call at the right time. They had the screen on with a lot of pressure. Keep them out of field goal range right now. That's the answer.
Simpton-Felter
Deep throw,
going for
post.
it all. Has a man, and it's a diving catch inside the 20. Another explosive play by Shane Lindstrom down to the 20-yard line. Oh, my.
Got behind him on the post. Probably a footing thing from the defensive side of things. Tough to get out of that backward run and open and go. Got him on the post. Pinpoint accuracy.
That's
Great
the
catch.
3rd explosive play catch from Shane Lindstrom. My goodness. Lindstrom with 5 catches for 30 yards. Wow. Ball's at the 20-yard line. Timeout called by John Carroll. Just 1 remaining for the Blue Streaks. That is a gain of 38, I believe. That's a career high yardage for Lindstrom. 5 catches for 130 yards. Ball at the 20, 1:08 to go. Certainly now the Blue Streaks are in field goal range. The Tigers have to keep them out of the end zone. Simpton-Felter steps up, throws, and it's over the head of Montgomery, incomplete. 2nd down and 10.
Good protection up front. They had the right route on, the same route Tiger scored on just a little bit ago.
Ball spotted right at the edge of the red zone. John Carroll is 3 out of 5 today. 1:03 to go. DePauw leads by 3. 27-24. Lindstrom goes in motion. Simpton-Felter looking for Lindstrom. And a leaping catch made inside the 15, and Lindstrom immediately steps out of bounds at the 14. That sets up 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 at the 14, 59 seconds and change remaining. Back to either side for Simpton-Felter. Now Climac goes in motion. Over the middle, caught at the 5. And Tanner tries to drive the pile forward. But that's a first down at the 5. With the catch. His 2nd. 1st and goal at the 5. And now Brett Dietz will call time, trying to preserve time in case the Blue Streaks score. Tigers thinking about, we want to keep some time on the clock in case we get the ball back. 27-24.
Some clutch football here in this second half, huh?
Wow. I'm not sure if, this has been unbelievable. An unbelievable final quarter and change.
It's been nice to see the Stars rise.
Low snap, ball's on the carpet, and great heads-up play by Jenkins to dive on it.
It's going to cost him 20 seconds.
Not sure why the clock stopped. Oh, John Carroll called timeout. So a heads-up play by Jeff Behrman to call John Carroll's final timeout. Yes, that, Coach, to your point, cost them 20 seconds. But the Blue Streaks had one timeout remaining and used it there. So 42 and 1/10 seconds remaining. That clumsy exchange, however, did the 3 yards. So it's 2nd and goal at the 8. And again, I said it earlier in the quarter. Seems like I said it about a half an hour ago. As you look at your monitor, the picture you see on your monitor does not accurately represent how dark it is here. There is not much daylight left as we near 6:30 Eastern time. The 3rd weekend in October.
Looking for crossing routes, looking for pick plays, something to get inside receiver wide open. Have been normally playing tight man coverage down here with their heels next to the goal line.
Tigers looking for one more takeaway. 2nd down and goal. Simpton-Felter looking left for his tight end over the middle, and a leaping catch by Climac. Tackled at about the 3. Clock is rolling. John Carroll does not have any timeouts. Ball spotted just inside the 4. Clock still rolling, 3rd and goal. Simpton-Felter.
Crosser, wide open.
In the back of the end zone. Touchdown. Montgomery with the catch and the touchdown. Montgomery with the 3-yard touchdown catch in the back of the end zone. Tyron Montgomery, his 3rd touchdown of the game. With 14 seconds to go. Wow.
Perfect route against the man-to-man coverage. Perfect guy to go to. Delivered expertly. A lot of poise in this last drive.
And the kick is up and good. And that gives John Carroll a 4-point lead with 14 seconds to go. Well, credit to John Carroll for finding a way to get into the end zone after DePauw had grabbed the lead with just over 2 minutes to go.
Big play getting behind our secondary.
The 38-yard catch by Shane Lindstrom, the big play to set John Carroll up at the 20. John Carroll now 4 out of 6 in the red zone, and red zone, such a big story in this game. And I'm fortunate enough to spend Sundays with Matt Taylor and Rick Venturi in the Colts radio booth. And Rick Venturi talks all the time about the games won in the red zone. John Carroll getting to the red zone 6 times today. 4 out of DePauw getting there just 3 times and converting 1 out of 3. So the Tigers have just 14 and a half seconds to work. Trailing by 4, so the Tigers have to find the end zone.
Well, the money guy made the money play, and that's the way it's been most of this day.
And a fair catch called for to try and preserve time. That should not have any time run off the clock if a fair catch was made. Alex Hoover made the fair catch. They should put the clock back to 14-4. That's what Brett Dietz is asking for. So the ball will come out to the 25. That's the whole thought process behind the fair catch.
Reset the game clock to 14 seconds. Thank you.
14-4 to be exact.
So 14-4. 14 seconds left. We're going to stay here after a wrap, right? Ballantyne steps up, throws, and intended for Lukowski. It's batted away. Flag flies in.
That's legit. That's a good call. He had his hand on his back as he stripped that ball.
Charlie, we're just going to stay and wrap, right?
Pass interference. Defense, number 1. Ball will be placed, spot of the foul. Automatic, first down.
So that will put it at the 35. That foul occurred 10 yards upfield. Just a tick under 9 seconds to go. Ballantyne throws. Lukowski had it knocked away. Now just 3.8 seconds left.
You need a miracle, a hook and pitch, some kind of a trick play. Something's got to keep them off. They're playing very, very safe in the secondary.
Charge, team timeout. DePauw, their first of the half.
Brett Dietz calls a timeout. We'll stay. We're going to wrap after this, right? So we'll keep it here. 3 and 8/10 seconds to go. We'll stay here immediately following the game and put a bow on this contest. And what has been a fantastic matchup between two ranked teams. Everything we thought it would be. It's just taken a little bit longer than we thought it would. But the game itself has truly delivered. (31-27) the score. John Carroll scoring on a 3-yard touchdown pass with 14 seconds to go to grab the lead. After DePauw had grabbed its first lead of the game with right about 2 minutes to go. So likely be the final play of the game. Ballantyne heaves it down the left side into a crowd, and it's tipped. Robbie Ballantyne throws it. It's loose down the sideline and heaved back and covered up at the 29, and that'll do it. And the clock runs 000.
That is the end of the game.
John Carroll has come to Greencastle and put to a conclusion what has been the third longest regular season winning streak in the NCAA here in Greencastle. As our final, John Carroll defeats DePauw by the score of 31-27. We'll keep it here and put a wrap on this one. Joe, what a contest we saw here today between two of the top 25 teams in Division III, and they played like it this afternoon and here into the early evening.
They sure did. In that last fourth quarter of the game here, we saw two very, very good football teams with so much pride getting after it, and we saw the big plays, the plays that had to be made were made. Valiant comeback, took the lead, great opportunity to put this one away. Gave up a deep ball and got themselves in big, big trouble. But what a game, and who knows, they may face each other again as this year goes on.
Well, with the win, John Carroll improves to 5-0 in the conference, 6-1 overall. DePauw drops to 3-1 in the conference, 5-1 overall. Our players of the game on the John Carroll side, the reigning offensive player of the week in the conference, Tyron Montgomery, their wide receiver, who caught the game-winning touchdown pass with 14 seconds to go. Montgomery finishes with 12 receptions, 109 yards, and 3 touchdowns For DePauw, player of the game, Caden Whitehead. Whitehead rushing for 102 yards on 23 carries. And just to put this game in some historical perspective, Joe, DePauw had won 29 straight regular season games. That's the third longest streak in all of the NCAA Divisions 1, 2, and 3. Tigers have won 23 straight conference games and 14 straight regular season conference home games. And John Carroll's win brings that all to an end. So hat tip to John Carroll today for winning this ball game. And again, we may see these two teams play again here in the postseason. You never know. But this was some high-end Division III football that we had the pleasure of watching this afternoon.
Exactly. Powerhouse football on both sides of the ball, offense, defense, and kicking, big plays in the kicking. And the poise and the play of a couple seniors made the big difference in the end.
Want to thank our great crew working with us today, headed up by our director, Charlie Hammock, Adam Phipps, Matt Armstrong, Richard Feely, Daniel Miller, and Clark Quinlan. Want to thank the SID here at DePauw, Bill Wagner, for helping us out. I'm Rob Brown. Today's game has been a production of the ISC Sports Network as John Carroll defeats DePauw in a ranked matchup, 15 versus 9, 31-27. On behalf of our entire ISC Sports Network crew and my partner Joe Polizzi, I'm Rob Brown. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, so long, everybody.
I felt like I became a totally different person at DePauw.
DePauw was really one of the first places that I had an opportunity to explore the arts, the sciences, economics.
DePauw gave me that chance to not only be a leader, but to teach leadership skills to other people.
And DePauw students are known for being well over-invested in their time and commitments, and yet somehow they find a way to do all of it. There's a hunger that we get that starts here.